Good morning, I'd like to call the Adams County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. First thing I want to do is I want to open this meeting with a moment of silence for Miss Terry Floyd. She was an Adams County employee who passed away last week at 41 years old. If I'm not mistaken, Robbie, she was the first female on the road crew.
Truck driver, CDL truck driver, and Adams County Road Department.
At this time, I'd like to have a moment of silence in memory of Miss Floyd. Amen. Mr. Bradley, you have to us up there.
So stand. Oh, wise and gracious Father, we want to thank you this morning, oh God, for allowing us to see another day. And Father, we just ask, oh God, that you continue to bless and strengthen us, oh God, individually and collectively, oh God. And Father, I just pray for our elected officials, oh God. Father, continue to keep them out of hurt, harm, or anything. Father, continue to give them wisdom from on high. Continue to give them understanding, oh God, to lead your people, oh God. And Father, we just thank you for them right now. And Father, we just want to pray, oh God, for our Adams County Road Department and their loss of one of their fine workers, oh God. Father, continue to strengthen them, oh God, and give them grace and courage to run on and see what the end is going to be. And Father, we want to pray for the city of Jackson, the state, and everyone that's under the sound of my voice, oh God. Father, continue to make provisions to make ways for us, oh God. Father, continue to bless our first responders, bless our schools, bless our finances, and bless this county as a whole, oh God. And Father, we carefully give your name all honor, praise, and glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
If you would please face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'll have roll call. Supervisor Gray. Present. Supervisor Hutchins.
Here.
Supervisor Wilson.
Here.
Supervisor Gaines. Deputy Clerk Paige Dean.
Present.
Chancery Clerk Brady Lewis. Board Attorney Scott Slover.
Here.
County Administrator Angie King.
Here.
Present as well. This time I need a motion to approve the minutes for August 2022.
So.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. We need to approve the documents. Can I get a motion? A motion by Supervisor Wilson,
Second.
second by Supervisor Hutchins. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. We need to approve the monthly financial reports of the Adams County Sheriff's Office. Motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Hutchins. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. Need to approve the monthly financial report for Chancery Clerk's Office. Motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Gray. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is Ms. Joyce Griffin, Morgantown Road. Ms. Griffin, if you would, please go to the microphone and state your name and address, please.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Griffin, and I have lived in Morgantown for the past 33 years, and I am a retired registered nurse. I have a few questions that I would like answered by the supervisors, and I would like some honest answers, not like the ones I've been told in the past, okay? And I'm asking that you please not interrupt me until I am finished. I understand that the money to repair Morgantown Road is here. The money was earmarked for $2.4 million. I only want President Millington to answer the questions first, and then I would like for Supervisor Hutchins to answer after the president has, because she was the past president. I know this plan isn't going to be done right now or even 6 months, but the way the two supervisors are going at it, it will never take place, okay? The rumor all over town is Supervisor Gray and Gaines continue to bicker and does not get along with the other supervisors like the money is theirs personally, okay? Mr. Robert Dollar, is he here? Which one? Okay, I understand your job is to see about the roads after the supervisors report to you the ones that are in serious trouble. I know that Morgantown Road is deplorable and decaying. I almost lost my life 3 times on that road. One night, it was raining so hard and a car toward me came and they could not see me because there were no lines in the street. So I feared for my life. I closed my eyes and laid on my horn because I knew I was gone. I have in the past, and others have asked Supervisor Gray in the year back to put a line in the middle of Morgantown Road because you could not see the lines, they were gone. His reply to me was, man, we ain't got no money to do that, okay? But I would like to thank you, Supervisor Hutchins, for putting the lines on Morgantown Road, even though that was not your district. You did it anyway. I want to give you applause. Thank you. Now let's talk money. Mr. President, how much money do we have now that can be used for Morgantown Road? I'll come back to you for those answers. Number 2, how much money is needed for Morgantown Road? Number 3, in the past 8 years, have any supervisors shared their funds peacefully to get a much needed project done? Somebody can answer that. You can answer that. Number 4, what about the opera money? Can you elaborate on that? Can it be used to help Morgantown? Now, back to the questions. President Miller, number 1, I asked you how much money do we have now that can be used for Morgantown
The
Road?
earmark was $2.4 million with a $600,000 match. The total cost for construction of Morgantown Road has gone up to
I think 4.7, including the engineering. That's the
4.7 million.
estimate. You won't know for sure until the project's been out for bid, accepted. That's your engineering estimate.
Okay. Number 2, how much money is needed for Morgantown Road? 4.1 million?
The estimate is $4.7 million, is what you said. But you will never know the true cost until the project's put out for bid. But typically, your engineering estimate is correct.
Okay, in the past 8 years, have any 2 supervisors got together and say, this is part of your road, this is part of your road, it's gonna connect in here, came together to come with a peaceful, agreement to get a project done?
Not for $4.7 million. That'd be the highest road project that we've
What
done
has-
since I've been here.
But
Have
has,
supervisors come together and do plans, they do that, that's what they're supposed to do.
have they done
Because we're on
that?
a countywide system. So,
Okay, has that happened before?
every road that they do is a decision that the entire board has to make. They're not running a beat system where each supervisor is controlling their district. The 5 supervisors come up with a road plan and give Robbie directions to do certain things, and that's how it works. So they all come together.
Mr. President, what about the ARPA money? Can it be used to help Morgantown?
So negotiations have been going on this for quite a while. There's another grant that we're working on right now that I think would be the DEQ grant.
Yeah, it's a 1-to-1 match, and we're gonna apply for it to see if it qualifies for a stormwater grant, because that's a big problem with Morgantown Road, is the stormwater.
And right now, we're in negotiations with the city to pay the match on this job and let the city pay their share of what's involved, which would make the remaining balance, if we were to receive this grant, roughly $900,000 from the county and roughly $600,000 from the city. We're working on it every day. every day. There's an email or a phone call about Morgantown Road. I'm telling you, and we've been working on it for 2 years, since I've been here, 2.5 years. Every week, there's a conversation about Morgantown Road. We know the importance of Morgantown Road, and I can promise you, at this point right now, we're closer to it getting done than it's ever been done. I promise.
As far as this expedition, Supervisor Grace, yesterday, we wanted to get it done, mid-September, I think is when to be able to apply for the earmark and get that out, so.
I think, also we are doing bond money, right? We apply for a bond.
There are multiple avenues of doing it that the board as a whole makes a decision on how it is done. Yeah. But it is a major, it's the biggest road project, single road project that the county will ever done. And it's 9/10 of a mile, but it's the highest traveled county road. It's so dangerous. I call it, Morgantown River when it's a normal rain in it. We all know the danger of,
Oh, yeah.
But it's just not something that we can wave the magic wand and fix, or that we have money that we're sitting on and we don't do. When you live in a gap county like we do, where 1 in 3 people live here or in poverty, it is a challenge to do these type of projects.
But that's what I'm here for, clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's your,
All right.
certainly do that.
Are there any state or federal regulations that prohibit you from starting a project before all the money is in?
There's not, and in fact, what the new plan that we're doing right now is breaking it into 2 phases or more phases to try to capture some more money to pay for the project. And at the moment, I think that's the plan, is to have phase 1 with the earmark, and have phase 2 with the stormwater grant, maybe. That's what the board project is. So.
Okay. Well, my understanding, and others in the community, if we keep waiting and waiting and waiting, the cost will go up again. Mr. President, what is the timeline for this completion of this project? Can you tell me?
I can't answer that. That's an engineering question.
We hope to have the earmark portion of it, provided we get approval for the board and the ILA with the city and all that. We hope to have that mid-September, have that money applied for and go. And I don't know what the timeline, once NDOT approves that process, I don't know, but I know that that's the next step, is to have that money triggered and ready to go mid-September.
Okay, so I would like to know, can you start with this project, what you have? Can you start?
Yes, we can start, and that's the plan. But it's not like we can just do it $100,000 at a time or whatever. When you do a major project like that, you have to do really big chunks at a time, especially when it comes to drainage, because you can't just have culvert and then all of a sudden not, drainage ditches that work that way.
Okay.
These are questions that we get asked, Robbie and I get asked every day
Okay.
from the board.
I just want to answer.
When's this gonna happen? When's this gonna be done? And
Because it's an ongoing,
Yeah.
and then the next thing you know, well, we don't have enough money, well, the cost is gone up, but surely it will go, if you just do nothing, just sit there, it's gonna go on and on and on. Okay, well, I
We've
appreciate
never had the money, that's the point, is since the earmark, and paying the earmark, well, I say that. We did have the money, it was LSDP money, that got taken away from us by the time the right-of-way got done, so.
Thank you.
Right.
It was there.
It was there, it got taken away, so we was never able to mobilize it until, we had the right-of-ways, and once we had the right-of-ways, the money got taken away from us. That was not a county fund, that was the state that reallocated the money.
Okay, but I just don't want that to happen again, because if you don't do nothing, you put it on and on and on, that would happen. Okay, I think these are.
Ms. Griffin, did you have something you wanted to
Yeah, I
say?
have a question. I know she just asked that question, with the $2.4 million, can we start with the earmark money without the other monies, is what you're telling me? Okay, because, okay.
And we need to think of it as, the earmark's gonna be a $3 million phase, okay? Because it's a $600,000 match, at 20% match. So you have a $3 million phase, and then a remaining balance phase.
I could remember asking that question before, and I was so, so that 2.4.
Well, that was something that we had to get with NDOT, make sure they had certain comfort level with it.
We got approval, right? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, thank you all. This ends my inquiry, and thank you for your consideration and time, and I will be back. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. President and board, I'm gonna make this plain. I don't have a problem with nobody in this community criticizing me at all, because they come with the territory. But I'm gonna say this, when stuff get personal, I got a problem with that. And I received a call from her husband going off on me by Morgantown Road. And it's personal. And I hung up the phone in his face because I'm not gonna get off him today. But today, I'm gonna set it up straight. And that's what I'm gonna do. Now, my cousin was married to this young lady, and he was sick. And she took care of him, and her husband got mad. But they not gonna take it out on Ricky Gray with this personal stuff. I don't have a problem with nobody saying about Morgantown Road, and they can communicate with me. I call them. They don't want to talk to me. Say, you ain't doing nothing but lying. Well, don't call me. Call somebody else on this board. I don't have a problem with criticism about Morgantown Road, but I'm not going to let nobody personally attack me without attacking back. And that's what I got to say.
Anybody else have anything?
I would like to say this, everybody wants Morgantown Road to get fixed, and I do too. I go to church down there, so it's a bad road. But I'm gonna warn everybody in advance, when we do start on that road, it is going to be a mess. And everybody's gonna hate us for 2 or 3 years. But it's gonna take a long time.
I know.
And it's gonna be messy, it's gonna be detours, it's gonna be something, so please just be patient with it. And as far as do we divide money up? The president and I are dividing up part of Lower Woodville Road, 2 mile stretch up. He's in 1, I'm in 2, the road is divided on. So yes, we do that. So yeah, we share all the time. So thank you, Bree.
Supervisor Gaines.
Go ahead, I like you.
Okay, well, I am a part of that road, a supervisor on part of that road, and I do answer calls all the time. And I would say I appreciate you coming, because some information, I got some last phone calls too, but I didn't hang up, and I just kind of went head on with it, because I do understand one thing: misinformation will cause a lot of things. And I know y'all been fighting as we look back since 2004, but I would tell you this, and I appreciate this: if you want some true information, if you come to this board, you can get true information. And every time you hear something in the street, that don't necessarily mean the truth. And I appreciate you coming to the source, and I wish some of the other people, if we got a problem, come to the source. You know, what was said, and I'll leave it on, they said, the guy called me and he said, the city has $8 million and don't know what to do with it. And they got to get with the county to see what to do with the money, and why you can't get the $6 million or the $8 million, whatever the county had. And that's totally misinformation. And you know, the conversation went, and it went from being a pleasant conversation to an aggressive conversation to why I'm lying, but I never did. You know what I'm saying? I just held a peace, but I appreciate you as a constituent that come before the board. And I will say, anybody else that really needs some true information, if you come to the board, we'll work with it, because I get phone calls, and I know it's stressful, but I promise you, everybody at this board is working to get Morgantown Road done.
Mr. Slow.
Ms. Hutchins, go ahead.
I know a question you had asked too, and I think you had directed to me, I think I heard you call my name, Supervisor. But, piggyback off what Supervisor, what Wilson said, is that I know in the past, we did do just what you said they're about to do. Former Supervisor Butler and myself, I know one point, like Duck Pond, so many miles was mine up to a railroad track. I did that one year because all that district was mine. Once they got over that railroad track, one side was former Supervisor Butler's and the other side was mine. So I was getting some, pretty much of what Morgantown is getting right now, back from my constituents. So Supervisor Butler at that time, I asked him to go in with me and let's do the rest of Duck Pond Road. And that's what we did. We put funds together and did the rest of Duck Pond Road.
Okay.
So,
Supervisor Gray.
Mr. Attorney, could you, please explain to the rest of the board members the meeting that we had with the city, me, you, Mr. Dollar and Mr. Gaines was on the cell phone and the engineer. Could you explain to them where they can be up to speed on what's going on?
Yeah, I was obviously gonna have to talk to the board about this in my report or during city county business, but as y'all know, we created several committees to address city county needs. One of those was Morgantown Road. We, again, have taken the earmark money and lumped that into one phase. The other phase, by doing that, would open us up to opportunities to get other funding. Usually you can't use federal money to help pay a match, right? If you got federal money, if that's it, you have to be a local match of some sort. By breaking it into different phases, it allows us to use additional federal money for that second phase. Reason, that's something we had to talk with NDOT, to make sure that they were comfortable with it. They are. So one of the potential things we could do is go after that stormwater grant. It's a 1-to-1 match. The difference of that, though, is that has to come from your ARPA money. And so that's something that the board would have to decide and the city would have to decide to do as far as the grant to do it. But if that was the case, if you're to use that 1-to-1 money, then you're looking at what was about $870 out of pocket for the county, $580 for the city. And so you have all $4.7 million road for that amount, that amount of money.
You have what?
$4.7 million road for $870,000 from the county and $580 for the city.
Could you, kind of explain, because a lot of people in the community don't understand from when you turn on Morgantown Road, what portion of that is the city and what portion of that is the county? Because people think that's a county road.
Right, well, it is a city road up into the old TV repair shop.
Oh,
Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, and so it's a city road up until that point. And that's the confusion. People think, because some people live in the city and across the street, they live in the county, but the entire road is the city. And that's okay for a county with agreement with the city to work a city road. That's legal if we get their agreement. And that's why that's part of the process we have to do with the city. We're hoping we get that approval, to move forward from the city and the county today. So
That's what, about 1.4 miles?
0.9 miles. It's not a long road stretch. That was another question. You're not redoing the entire Morgantown Road. You have to redo that, that portion of it where it's just, the drainage is so bad. And get that fixed. And that's the heart of this deal, with this program is a drainage, solution. It was built on an old railroad track, and it's just not a good way to, they certainly don't do that anymore. So it just doesn't need to be a drainage ditch. That's the reality.
Yes, ma'am.
President Middleton, I want you to know that it's nothing personal. I've lived out there 33 years. I divorced Clarence McWaters, which was my first husband, I divorced him. When he got sick and got down and had no one to take care of him, I took care of him, provided service. I did excellent care. I took care of that man until he died. And my husband also would help me. So it's nothing personal, but all I do, I've been on Morgantown Road 33 years. All I want is has nothing personal. I want a road fixed. I want to not be ashamed of people to come down there. Oh, I'm coming to visit. Oh, no, where I come? Where you are. You know, I don't like it down there because the roads are horrible. You know, the roads is just bad. It's a horrible road. I don't want to lose my life. I've almost lost it 3 times.
Well, just to echo what everybody says.
Okay.
You know, we work on it constantly.
And I appreciate it.
And not a meeting goes by that this gentleman and that gentleman who cover Morgantown Road bring up something about getting Morgantown Road fixed. Everybody up there wants to get fixed. I can assure you. The difference between private sector and government sector is you can't do it overnight.
I said that, and I'm
We're trying.
saying that. I just want something to be started. You know, not just every time we ask something that, well, it's gonna be done this time, it's gonna be done this time, and it's never done, and you go into the next year and the next year. I just wanna know that you all are actually working on it, the money is there, you're trying to get it done, you know, that's
All
all
the
I'm
money's
asking.
there, we're after the rest, and it will get done.
I'll take your word, thank you very much.
We're gonna move forward. Thank you.
Forward.
City government business, if any.
Well, that was,
Is that all you have?
that was a request, so, it's, you know, we do an ILA, or not even an ILA, it's just an MOU that we need from the city and from the county, you know, break into 2 different projects.
You emailed that out, so you need a motion.
Any motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Gaines. I'll get it. Any discussion? No, all in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
There is the risk mitigation airline grant got approved, or awarded, I should say, 2 weeks ago or whatever. We need an ILA with the commission, the city, and the county. It's a short, sweet. The grant agreement's not short and sweet, but the actual ILA simply says that county's gonna put up 200,000, the city's gonna put up 100,000, commission's putting up 50,000. The air service agreement, whatever airline we choose, has to be approved by commission, county, and the city for it. So it's not something that they can do without, just the commission can do whatever they want. They have to come back and get approval. Based on how well we've been working with the commission, I don't see that as doing that, but that's what the agreement says. The city should be approving that today, and the commission should approve it on Wednesday. So this actually would be an ILA that we need to send out. Again, the big packet, the agreement says that the airport commission is going to apply that grant, or not apply, enter that grant agreement. So
You heard the request of the board attorney. I need a motion to.
So,
That motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. That's all you have, Mr. Butler?
for the city, county.
Departmental, just one spot assigned now, right? Next, we've got 2 departmental reports. We're gonna let Mr. Dollar go first. He has to get out here to attend the funeral, so.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
I'd show a few supervisors, some pictures of, Robbins Lake. Still having issues, with them, drilling holes, shooting holes in the pipe. So, as Mr. Gray said, it's a spot for a NOLA camera or something there. I don't know, we do need some help, of what we're doing. I know, one of the residents out there did make a complaint about another resident, damaging the pipes, and I don't know where we at on that. Y'all know, don't know. Okay. But like I said, we still have a problem with it.
This has been an ongoing issue, since I stepped into office. I assumed it was an issue before, and, it's blatant damage to public property, and, it puts a high risk at life, safety, and this board, I think, is pretty stern in saying that if we catch you, we will take it as far as we can.
Robin, what size is that pipe?
The siphons are 6 inch, what the siphon pipes are. You know, we tried to offset them, but engineers and the state wouldn't let us offset them from going through the pipe. We were gonna bury them where it would just leave just so much out, but they wouldn't let us offset them like that, so we had to run them back through the pipes. To do that, and as Mr. Middleton said, with all that rainfall we had 2 weeks ago, the 3 pipes, the new pipes we installed, handled all the water. It did get up, it got about 3/4 of the way into the pipes that we installed. So I think what we got, we handle it if we can keep them cooled down. If they were, leave them alone long enough to let the water get, you know, like it needs to be. But anyhow, I just want to bring that before the board. Like I said, I showed some pictures of a few supervisors with that. I have a
Do we need to, hold on a second,
Yeah.
Sean, do we need to make a motion now to look at moving forward on getting another camera located out there?
Is there internet service out there?
No. It would have to be off of.
That would be one of the pole cams, which is one of the $1,500 cameras. That has its own
It
wire.
has its own box on it.
Right, it'll have a signal call.
And this one, man, we ain't got no other choice. I make a motion that we, get the $1,500.
Yes, sir.
Got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Gaines, any discussion? I have discussion, where is that, where are we at on that list, what's the time frame to get that added, do you know?
He's building the cameras right now, so I don't think it would be as long of a delay as there is now. We'll go ahead and let them know.
I guess is, if we call it now, do we think we could get it put in with that group?
We can try. We'll know with the phone call. I think you went and got the cell cards, or we're in the process of giving them the cell cards for the pole cameras. They should be up here, I would imagine, next week or two, if I had to guess.
And I think it would be very beneficial to Mr. Dollar in the future if he had access to that camera, where he can monitor that
I
level,
don't see an issue.
that damage.
It's just a matter of if and when damage is done and where we need to put it.
I'm not for him to sit there and police it, that's not what it's about, but if he wants to pull it up in a rain event or
Yeah,
day
rain
before the
event,
rain
like-
event to see where the water level is, because that's what happens. He can go, he drives out there to check the level, opens the siphons and starts dumping the water out, you know, then you find out 2 of the siphons have been shot, only one is functioning, and then you get a 5 to 8 inch rainfall and it can't keep up. So. Okay. Y'all will check into that.
next thing I have is a dirt request for a non-profit cemetery.
Hang on, Robert.
Yes, sir.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Got a dirt request for a load of dirt, non-profit cemetery out on Scotland Drive. Mr. James Washington has put a request in. You have that.
You heard the request, read
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Hutchins, any discussion?
Is this a spoiled dirt request or a?
It's dirt, what it is for a non-profit cemetery.
Okay.
And we, go what it is.
I got you.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it.
I have an employee that is 6 months, is coming up, September the 28th. It is $1 raise from 13 to 14, but it don't come up to September the 28th, but I'm just bringing it forward now.
Who is that?
Jalen,
Irvin? You heard the request?
Yes.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Gaines, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
okay, then I have, 2 employees, Patrick Banks turned in his letter of resignation. He left August 18, 2022. I'd like for the board to accept that one. And the other one is Kevin Sims. His letter of resignation is August 26, 2022.
You heard the request for resignation.
So
Got two
moved.
letters here, we need to, motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Wilson, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay, other thing I have, and I brought it up in a little meeting we had the other day when we were talking about Morgantown Road, last year I'd ordered 2 pickups, or say I ordered them, put a PO in for them back, last November. We still didn't have a VIN number on them. We've had one wrecked and then one's tore up, so we're out. And I'm short a couple pickups. I've got with, purchasing clerk, and we looked and, found 2 trucks. I don't know if they're still available. They were available August the 16th. They're probably gone, like I said, now, but I would ask for permission before the board. If it was okay that I could purchase those 2 pickups if they're still available. And the price of those pickups are $45,850, and that's below MSRP. Like I said, she can speak on it or whatever. I, spoke with her, me and Meg have on it, but like I said, I don't know what we're gonna do. I mean, trucks are steady going down, the price is going up, we losing vehicles, and just like the sheriff's department, I don't know what to do. I mean, we ordered those last November, we still don't have a VIN number yet on those 2 that we get PO'd for on state contract. But I did find these 2, looking and got with her, but they might not be available now. I'm not sure. I didn't want to check back before I come before the board, or at least one if we can.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson, any discussion?
I got a question. How much you say the truck dollar?
45.
$45,850, and that's below MSRP.
Do you have two quotes, Shaggy?
So this is not on state contract,
You can't find other people with the trucks. We have called 4 or 5 places and they can't even get them. You can't get them on state contract. I put in one last November, same thing, sheriff's doing.
That's a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, you're not gonna find them. I mean, like I said, these are probably not available, to be honest now. I mean, that was back August the 16th, if they were on. We've called probably 5 places. Nobody can get their hands on them.
How many trucks short are you right now?
3.
So what does that do to the 2 that we have on order? They stay?
I was gonna try to roll them over to next year's budget or whatever. Me and Angie talked about it, in our budget meeting, but I don't know. And like I said, I don't know if we can get these 2. I mean, like I said, I don't know if they're still available. I mean, I'm just asking the board if they're not, I mean, we're gonna keep doing what we do.
In this motion, do we need to make it say if those aren't available, if they can find something?
The only way to do it without 2 written bids is through an emergency purchase. You gotta find that it's an emergency.
So you don't
They're
have
short 3 trucks on the.
They weren't able to get 2 bids.
Seems like that would constitute an emergency.
Emergency. Huh?
I would say it is an
It
emergency.
is an emergency.
That's the only way to do it.
So we need to make a motion.
Amend the motion, finding that it's an emergency,
So,
statewide funds, emergency.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
So the next process is if you find vehicles, and we'll put some sort of, it'll be consistent with whatever was budgeted, some sort of price on this finding. You sign the contract and then have to file a certificate that you did it at the next board meeting that we have. That's the emergency process.
So now we got a process where we don't have vehicles on state contract. Now we got to overpay for them.
That's exactly right, so no one's getting that state contract price.
I doubt this has happened ever before.
The ones we contact, like the ones that had state contract this year, we've talked to him, they're still checking on our VIN numbers, the 2 that we ordered in November. And he said there are 190 some vehicles out, is what they are for a state contract, getting vehicles. And he said he don't know if we would even get them before the end of the year, because they were supposed to start making them a couple of months ago, and they had it. And like I said, state contract, it's hard to really find somebody to deal with state contract now. Like I said, it wasn't one, just go find. That's what I say, I think that's what the sheriff.
We requested these when, back in
November, last budget. And it's the same thing, and I was gonna bring that up.
Right,
We
let me
need
ask
to
you
get
another question. Since we, gonna pay that amount for them. They don't have none locally?
Yeah.
You check locally?
Yes, we probably, I'll tell you, 5 or 6 places we called, nobody has them. I went out here and talked to the, guys.
Alright.
What contracts are these, 3/4 ton?
No, they're half on the same, because we've been, that's what we had ordered, because that's what was on state contract, was 3/4 ton four-wheel drive, that was, we ordered in November, because that's what was on state contract, we hadn't got those.
3.5 ton
These
four-wheel
are
drive?
half ton four-wheel drive, correct?
Dodge.
I think so. I think that's what they are. Okay. Other thing I had while we on this is, like I said, we ordered 2 tractors and 2 bush hogs last year. We ain't got those. Everybody knows the shortage we are on tractors, up and down, up and down. But we down to 5 tractors countywide that's running right now, or hope they're running as we start back from this rain.
You say 5 tractors?
Ma'am,
You say you what?
down to 5 tractors countywide. You know, like I said, these 2 here, and I had asked, Angie said I am with my budget, I had asked for 2 more coming up this year, some long reach tractors, because that's all what was down all this year, and we had so many complaints and calls, I was gonna get 2 of those, but like I said, these 2 years gonna go over, and I guess the next year too, so I don't know what area, like I said, me and Angie spoke about it, already, but, I'll just let y'all know that that's what we had ordered from our, got approved from last year that hadn't made it. Our dump trucks, they will be here by the end of the year. We're gonna lose 4 dump trucks that was on the buyback that's going to auction, week after next. So I'm hoping we'll have a few of these in by then. If not, we're gonna be down dump trucks, but I think we should have 3 of these new ones in by the time we auction these. Yes, ma'am. 4 in by then? Okay, thank you. So, time we get these to the auction. So like I said, it's just it's a problem, it's not just pickup, it's any kind of equipment, dump truck, any piece of equipment you're after, it's just hard to find it right now.
That's what,
Go ahead.
the dump trucks that we ordered,
Yes, ma'am.
they go some short orders.
Yes, ma'am.
When they supposed to arrive?
That's what I said, we're supposed to have 4 within the next month, is that correct? Yeah. And then we'll have the other one before the end of the year. But like I said, we do have 4 that's going to auction. We got the guaranteed buybacks from the auction guarantee that y'all approved several months back. But they'll be leaving, I think, next week for the next.
Can y'all?
Question is, Mr. President, we got 4 trucks going to the auction. We gonna auction them trucks out before the new trucks come, whatever the new trucks come.
She said the new truck will be available by the end of this month, in time they get those, is what Ms. King talked to her. So the new truck will be here, time the old ones leave. Isn't that correct, Ms. King? The 4 new ones will be here before the old ones get gone, is correct, yeah, way she said it. So,
Well, I hope so, so what if they don't make it here? Then what is the plan?
The trucks are already made, we have the EIN numbers and everything, they're already made.
So we gonna get the truck?
They're gonna get
Okay.
4.
I'm just saying.
And like I said, it's just issues all, part of that, equipment things, I just want to bring it before the board, that that's what we're facing still.
How many dump trucks are you running right now?
8,
4 going to the buyback.
and we still have 4, and then we get the new ones. That's all I have.
Yeah, see, Mr. Dollar spoke about that, I got rid of it. I have to go back and talk to him. He's a elderly resident, and it's a touchy situation, so I already talked to Mr. Dollar about it. He had, Alexander, that cut some limbs, he didn't cut some trees, he said he cut some limbs over his house. Mr. Robert Alexander is a contractor. Mr. Robert Alexander is his neighbor, Mr. Otis Don. He said he didn't contract because he came in as a neighbor, he helped, he put some limbs at the road. But because am I right, the limb truck driver,
The limb truck driver, Jeff Walker,
seeing
went by and spoke. to
Mr. Alexander getting the limb, which we don't pick up behind the contractor, which we understand it. But their question was to me, well, he helped me as a neighbor, I didn't contract it out. He was trying to get them, so the county can't pick up limbs. So I was asking Robert, I don't know, I told him I would bring it and address it because this is a unique situation. And I told him up front, if you contracted this job out, the county don't pick up behind contractors, you know? And this is the same guy that we have to get with that volunteered to cut the trees that we approved out of the Broadmoor ballpark, that volunteered to cut them if the county will pick them up. So I think they moved it now, so I didn't know.
I went back after the meeting, you spoke, I tried to call you back this morning on the phone, you must have been in the shower or whatever, because you couldn't get ready for the meeting. I went up front, talked to Mary Ann, and it's a process that we go through. When people call about limbs, pile up, Mary Ann, I ask them, did the contractor cut them, did you do them, is it weekend, how much, or whatever, and she writes down the phone numbers and the information, things like that. Mary Ann spoke with a young lady about these limbs here that called in. And she got it wrote down, I took a picture and I'll show it to you. The lady said on the phone, told Mary Ann they paid someone to cook it.
Okay.
So I have it, on my phone or whatever, and I'll show you that, they did that. But now, like I said, did they or not, I don't know that. I'm not there, if you help an elderly, I understand that, if you do it. But it's a process that we go through in our office that we have to ask these questions. Just like talking about the limb and the limb truck. We have a lot more calls right now on people buying houses, people's parents and things passing away, and they're going in and they're cleaning these houses out, and they put all the furniture and mattresses, and they put all that out by the road. By the time you get there, and you got a truckload to pick up, to get it up. When we got the limb truck, it had the limb truck, it was designed for limbs and things like that. Every so often we get a mattress to get this, but if someone purchases a house, I love it. I flip houses. Wilson does, I love to walk there and clean one out, carry it out there to the road, just pile it up, call somebody to come pick it up. But I've got a dump trailer, things like that I do. And we clean it up behind, haul it to the landfill and pay a tipping fee. Because what it's fixing to come to is thousands and thousands of dollars we pay on tipping fees at this landfill and hours of wear and tear on that truck and man hours of people getting it and picking it up. So we're having more and more. I had one this morning before we left the office. I got ready to leave. Mary Ann's done like that. When I come back, I thought I said to the meet, she's done that. She was writing notes. Somebody called, they cleaned the house out, they were piling it up. I said, well, go by and let Jeff look at it. And that's what we try to leave with Jeff. If it's something he can, get one piece and add to his limbs or whatever, go ahead. But then, like you said, if you start getting mattresses and things, then you got to separate it at the landfill. You can't all limbs in that. At a certain time. And we talked about it one time before, having one day of going around picking up household, like mattresses, couches, and chairs, and things like that. But nothing ever come about it. But like I said, it's just hard on him to try to get all that done. But I just want to bring that while we were on the limb truck talking about it, that we are getting a bunch of calls of people going in and redoing these houses, but packing what's in it out to the road.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna have two choices. Either we can set up a date for what you just said, or we're gonna be cleaning up our illegal dump site.
And you're 100%
We're
right.
gonna go dump it on the side of the road.
You're 100% right that we're going through it right now. They'll call and we tell them no. It will be 2 days, somebody's gonna call and say, can you come to Old Country Club, because that's a hot spot. Can you come to the cemetery? That's a hot spot. Like I said, I told you I had one send me pictures just over the weekend of it. And that's what happens. It's like you said, it's a double-edged sword. Either you do or you don't, but you're gonna get it sooner or later.
I got another question. So if we get a call from somebody with couches or whatever the case may be. And in the process, we picking up limbs that day. Why we just can't the next day address?
That's what he does. When he unloads in that afternoon or whatever, he got a list and he'll run pick up the one or two. The first thing the next morning is what he'll run and get, is what he does.
Okay.
But I would like to set up a date, say, or a day, say Wednesday, put it in the paper, every Wednesday, if you got any households.
I thought we did that in the past. We
In the
got
past,
something.
I think y'all did a spring cleaning.
We did. We never put like a one day, a week, or whatever, let's get a household, you know what I'm saying, because it's a lot out there, and we don't get it, and they call, and then somehow he forgets, and, then somebody calls, I don't know.
We need to set a date.
But like I
I know we
said,
talked about it in the past.
we did.
I thought they was set.
Is this gonna be inside the city? City limits too?
We do. We
Or
do.
do it the county?
We do it wide, city, county, we pick up
We're
everything.
picking up everything, 'cause
We
the
pick up-
city doesn't even pick up limbs,
No.
it's sold their truck.
So,
They never had.
Crazy.
so now we gonna have a problem. Because, if we open this thing up to the entire county, what is our bill gonna be?
It's high. It's five something yards now, I think, where it went up, it was 4 something, went about 5 in the sky, something's going
I
on.
understand people need help at times, but I think we're just opening ourselves up for work that we can't handle.
You are.
Especially.
I mean, you don't have, we don't have manpower,
I
man.
mean, the city puts it in the paper, they put it in their garbage contract. It's 2 cubic yard piles, 3 foot length. If it won't fit the trash can or whatever, they don't pick it. Talking about the trash people, they don't pick it up, then the city don't pick up. And we get calls every single day in the city. Gotta leave, we gotta leave, we gotta.
We've been doing that for many years with the city, picking up their limbs. That's been going on for years. But my thing is their household, that's what's becoming a problem.
Correct.
It's a household.
But if you go down one street, 4 people throw a couch out.
Yeah,
That's
that's what I'm
true.
saying.
Yeah.
But I think, don't the city have a day that they pick up their household? They do not pick up household at all? Well, we shouldn't be
They
picking
got
up.
that big old thing, they used to grab stuff and put it on the truck. I don't know why they ain't doing it no more.
They sold it.
They sold it, so the campus, the county can do it.
West Randy, right before I had surgery 5 weeks ago, I left from my house to the fire station with a dump trailer. I filled up that whole dump trailer between my house and the fire station with people having stuff on the side of the road. It was mostly limbs and stuff. West Road was limbs and stuff. You know, I could show it. But it's crazy. I do this stuff all the time. I have some guys, we had that trailer, we're going around all over the subdivision doing it. But most people don't even notice it's done, but it's just pet peeve of mine. Yeah. Yeah, you know.
Rob, do you recommend a day that we do this?
I would,
I would just
You
say
know, I mean-
household. Do the limbs, but not household.
yeah,
It's right.
I like
We're picking it up one way or the other. It's gonna be a no dump zone, or it's gonna be somewhere, I don't know how.
Everything, yeah.
and like I said, we do the illegal dump sites to get reimbursed. I'm gonna tell you, it's so hard to get to them now.
It's
just, it's so
So
big.
you want to set a date?
We're
A
gonna
day
pick
or a
up
week?
households, we're gonna pick up households, I'd like to set up day,
Well,
I'd like to set it either for Monday or Tuesday, because that's when people gonna clean out, most of them will work the weekends to do it, so I'd love for it to be the first of the week, you know what I'm saying? If you wanna do it, get it out of the way, if he knows what he can do every Monday, or people call it in every Monday, if we wanna pick up households. Set it for
That's a request? So moved.
Well, nobody's working for something out of the city.
Got a motion by Supervisor Hutchins.
To pick up just limbs, you said, or everything?
this is in the county there.
That's in the county household.
Did you say?
Yes.
Got a second discussion.
Discussion is, if we got the same problem in the city, which we all have districts in the city, so can we work something out with the city? Where they're responsible for some of this kitchen fee and pickup fees too. Do we need to bring that up to the mayor or?
And can we limit it instead of just, when you say that, I'll tell you now, like I said, you buy a house, I hate to say it. I hate to say it.
I say, don't do it at all.
People buy to move out,
Now,
it's all,
I
So when it comes,
everything is.
when it comes to sanitation, fees, things like that, there's a special assessment we do just for the city, right? Isn't that where the city's garbage? Yeah, they pay their special fee, their little garbage fee. So if you live in the city, you don't pay that particular fee, so. The people in the county are paying that cost, the ticket fees.
But the city's not.
If you live in the city, you don't pay the county's ticket fees. And now, the result is you do because you pay taxes, and at the end of the year, you don't collect enough to pay all the sanitation bills. And that's the problem with the levy, the law that allow us to raise, with millage, we've raised enough money, you're not gonna get 100% collection even if they're at one, so you raise what you know that you need to raise to make, pay the county's bills. But you can't do that for sanitation. You can only charge each person the amount that if everybody paid that you get.
What I think we need to do is stick with the county right now, and then if something else come up, then we can get with the city and adjust ourselves accordingly, but the motion needs to be with the county. That's just my opinion.
And they carry trash, it's not a charge. I mean, it's charged to the county. I mean, they carry their own stuff out there and dump it, and then it's charged to the county. They don't charge the residents to bring it out. So, I mean, you get charged whether you pick it up or they carry, everyone will carry it out, and that's how it's set up.
Charge us anyway?
Yes, and that's how it's set up, Scott. It's anybody in Adams County, if you show your drive line, you're Adams County resident, it's charged.
Well, we gonna have to pay no matter what.
Correct.
Well, we need to pick it up.
I'm just telling you. You get charged for whether they carry it out there or when you pick it up. It's just our time of picking it up is what we're going to do.
Well, the city ought to be on the hook for some of that. I mean, a lot of that stuff being generated, half the people live in the city. So
That's the real cost is your manpower and paper. Tippy fee. How much tonnage do you think that is a year for that stuff?
Joe had it broke down, remember the last one we was negotiating to them, Joe had it, what pretty much it was, I can't remember if they were doing it, but it.
I can't remember that. I remember thinking.
And it's on, the tonnage is gone up for dollar wise, I think it was 4 something, it's gone up.
You can't base it off,
$26 a ton.
you can't base it off what it was last year, because we weren't picking this up.
But they-
You open up a household pickup one day a week, or whatever it is, tonnage is gonna go up drastically.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to pick all the old county.
Especially if you just let them clean the house, put it out there, if they put a couch out there, it's fine, or a mattress or whatever, or sofas, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, but if you let them buy a house and go clean it up, put it out there, it's about like working behind a contractor, you don't got a pile.
I think we need to stick to limbs on, period. I mean, how do you know that they didn't pay somebody to go in there and clean that house out? And they got paid, I mean, same thing. I'm gonna pay you $1,000 to come clean this house up and haul it off, well, then they just put it by the road, and they call the county come out and pick it up. I personally think we just need to stick to limbs. But I'm just one person. I just think you're open, Lord.
County too?
No, county and city.
You must have had these unique dump sites in your area.
That's why I say
But
you
you
need
gonna have a
county.
whole lot more if you stick to that.
That's right. And I mean, you gotta have to do limbs in the city.
Unless we just keep doing monitor like we do it now, let it go by, and just say, well, just call the residents, tell them we can't pick it up. I mean, you know what I'm saying, but then, if you give them the opportunity to haul it to trash from nothing, it don't cost them nothing, but instead of them hauling right there to 84, they go 5 miles on the road just so it hauls.
If we pick it up or if we don't pick it up, people still gonna throw it.
It's so it hauls.
Yeah. That was Mr. President, that was my question was, and that's all, my question was what I tell the man regardless of what, because and I understand every situation is unique. Well, we tell some people say, okay, well, no. Well, what about these people who are elderly that somebody did help? Now you got the cops out there. Well, because somebody think that, okay, he paid for the contractor, these same people that pay them taxes, you deny that service. And that's when that phone started ringing, and asked the question over and over, and I did. That's why I told him, I can't. It's a touchy situation, and I called Robert, and that's why we talked about it. I said, you know, I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything else. I just want to let you know I need to bring you before the board. These folks calling me and asking me for answers. And I said, well, I'm going to bring you before the board. There ain't nothing personal against you or nothing like that. We answer. We just trying to get something so I can go back and tell them, well, now I understand. But when I get out of the meeting, I call them back and say, okay, well, somebody from your resident, whoever called your resident, said y'all paid somebody for to do it, and that's why the county didn't want to pick it up, you know. But, you know, that's something, it's kind of a two-edged sword. Some people do something, and then you think about it. You got all elderly people that they can't do nothing, and it's very seldom now you're going to get people to do something for you for nothing. Right. You got a few people. So he can't haul it off, you can't pay him there, you can put it on the street, the same taxpayer, so now we can't pick it up now. So where do we go from?
We maybe, table this until next time, maybe we can talk to Steve a little bit about this. And one, I'm worried about Robbie, in that time frame.
Yeah.
Well, can we take that motion off the floor?
Yeah.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
All right.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Shaki, the purchasing clerk for the Adams County Board of Supervisors. The first thing I want to spread across the minutes is to get the July statement for the credit card approved to be paid.
So moved.
Got a motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor?
The August one, we not done now.
It'll be coming next. Yeah.
All opposed? Ayes have it.
And also we did, the bid opening for the showers for the safe room. We only received one bid. And the bid amount was for $188,500.
For shower.
This is how many shower? 4?
It's 4, 2 will be 88.
Four.
Yes, ma'am.
What the price was?
$188,500, and that was from
That's-
Hopkins Construction and Maintenance.
Okay,
Out of
that's the
one.
building and all, for the
Yes.
showers.
Yeah.
That's 4 total.
That's the total.
It'll be 2 separate rooms, Brian?
It's one building. It will have a ADA shower in the male and the female side, and then it'll have a regular shower as well.
With 2 separate sides.
2 separate sides,
That's
right.
what I'm saying, okay.
How much do we save carving it out? You remember, Brad?
Doing that?
How much do we save carving it out?
No, I wouldn't spend that much money for 20 by 10. I thought she was lying when she told me about it. I'm gonna get a bedroom or something added onto it.
But it was like 140,000 at the time.
Yeah, that's too much. I think that another guy did it for like 40 something. Yeah, that's about right, $40,000.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to rebid that. That just doesn't sound right.
Who was that?
Hopkins Construction. I sent it to Paige with Hopkins Construction and Maintenance out of Long Beach, Mississippi.
Did nobody around here?
Nobody.
We need to go call somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know somebody did.
Let's rebid that.
Okay.
Yeah, only thing about rebid is keep kicking the can down the road. Prices don't go up. People, it just. Right, what I'm saying is, the guy that gave us quote the normal bills for the county, that does work for the county, he only charged us, was like 47, which that's the price range. But then again, people not gonna bid if they can't make a lot of money.
But what happened to him? The one
We
that
had
was.
that bid,
Uh-huh.
but it was required to get another bid because we were only able to get one. And that was from him, that was previous, so that's been about a month or so ago. And
Okay,
that was
so
brought to
did
the
he
board,
contact him?
but it was a quote, he did a quote. from Mr. Miles, and it was like 47,000.
Well, I mean, can we get him
So we
to
can-
bid?
47.
He already did, I'm saying, he works for the county anyway. I mean, he does work for the county already.
47,000 and $188,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gonna give you this. That's three.
He's going 47,000, then you gonna go in the hole for 47,000.
I think that's low, but I think the 180 something is high.
I know that's too high, but that 47 is too low to, it's going in the hole with that.
He probably needs to rebid too.
Yeah.
with the-
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
No,
It's been well over a month
yeah,
since he did
the
the.
showers are not like house showers, they're outdoor showers. So you only gonna have concrete walls, no tile, no granite, it's just basic showers.
Cement floor,
Cement floor,
concrete
yeah,
walls,
that's it.
That's
Okay.
all we need.
And
and a roof.
That's all
That's
we need. Really, but that's just, he gonna go in the hole for
That's it,
47,000.
yeah.
Almost 5 times, man, for over 4 times the price.
Are they doing showers?
Do Mr. Miles, understand exactly what
What is
you're
it?
asking him to do? Because 40 don't sound right.
Right.
Brad, where was the entry into that?
Well,
Is it outside?
yeah, the 47 it does, I know it don't sound right when it looks, but it's just a basic generic building, just a 20 by 10.
Connected.
No, it's not connected to the building, it's just a separate building, just a platform with just 2 showers in it. The power is gonna come from a generator because it can't hook to the building. And the water source is gonna be ran by water hose, so it's like one of those outdoor sheds, the kind of portable buildings, but it's just gonna be good inside with just a shower.
How are you gonna get hot water?
You gonna have a tankless water heater
Tankless water, okay.
on the side of, yeah, so it'll be separate from the building. Because we can't attach it to the safe room itself.
So what's the shell gonna look like?
It's just center block building, concrete floors, center block walls, ain't no mirrors, ain't no vanities, nothing like that, no granite. It's just a hollowed out building.
It's like a trucker shower.
Right. So, yeah, so ain't no, that 108, that's like with granite tops, flush with the self-flushing toilets or something like that, we're not getting that. So it's just the showers and it's just the outdoors, 4 doors on them come in, like a decontamination shower setup.
Well,
Can we revisit it?
but I'm saying, excuse me, Mr. President, well, let me understand that right. You say the bid that he giving is with all this to 180,000.
No, I don't know what he get for 180,000. I just want
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, I want to make sure I hear you right. But if he bid with all the granite and stuff like that, and that's not what you bidding, and that's not what you asking for, then we couldn't accept that bid because it's not correct. He didn't bid on the right thing.
No, I'm just to get that price. I'm thinking that's what he thinking we want.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he really gave us a bid on something that we don't want or something that we don't need. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe someone need to talk to him.
But
Did you put specs out there?
I haven't communicated with him since we did the bid opening, other than sending him the bid tabulation. That was it, and that he knows that he was the only one that bid it. But the way we structured the bid was that a 10 by 20 center block structure building, 4 showers. It wasn't in, and we included a draw, but
You did?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And what he said, his scope of the work was basically provide all labor, material, tools, equipment, insurance permits, if applicable, and supervision necessary to perform the following scope of work.
That's just his price.
Yeah.
We need to rebid that. Mhm.
Ain't no print that money out there.
I'd like to have the scope of what we're trying to do. I know 2 or 3 contracts I can get into.
Yeah.
We're gonna rebid it.
I mean, reject
Reject this one.
Oh, reject.
All right, we can move on.
You got something. When will you rebid that? I mean,
As soon as
re-advertise
possible. I can, as soon as possible.
and run it for how long? 2 weeks?
Yeah, we can do it for 2 weeks.
I'd like a copy of the scope of the work, so what we're asking.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
And I also would like to bring before the board that I did receive a letter of resignation from my assistant purchase clerk, Christy Sewell, effective today.
That's what's in my folder this morning.
Put it out.
Sir.
We have first accept her resignation.
This will serve as my official resignation letter as assistant purchasing clerk effective immediately September 6, 2022. Thank you all for the opportunity. I wish much success going forward. Sincerely, Christian City. Need a motion to accept this letter.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Gaines. Second by Supervisor Gray. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
That's all I have.
Do you want to request permission to advertise for that?
Not at the moment. Do I have to do it today?
No.
Okay. I'll review that later.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Y'all got nothing?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, take it, baby.
Might as well take a minute.
Good morning, board. Got a couple things. I know we had asked the board about purchasing a bucket truck along with the road department to help work with our sirens. We located a few. I did send the information to Ms. King. Did you get it on email?
I did.
Yeah. So I know we looked at the price range. We tried to find some used ones coming out of Texas, and their price range are $70,000 to $90,000 for those type trucks to be able to use as a limb truck. Also as a truck to get up to work on the sirens. So if that's something the board want to try to pursue in doing that, those are cheap. These are used vehicles that we're going after because, like I said, they're quite pricey. So we try to go to a company that sells those, like a lot of electric companies sell their vehicles with low miles on them. They have to change them out. So we're trying to get that. And we did talk to Robbie and say whatever we get, it'll still be in their specs where they can use to cut limbs and also for the camera.
That would be great. We've been needed.
How often would you need to use that truck?
Well, we have to use them like every month to try to check the service because we got 18. They try to get up there and service all of them now because it's been 5, 6 years since last time they serviced.
But I mean, would you schedule a day? I mean, would you say on the 1st and 2nd of every month? I mean, is that how y'all are trying to work it out?
No, because see, a lot of sirens is different because we have to get the ones that really need the attention. Like right now, the one in Cloverdale, that's the one we really need to work on because that's the one. The rest of them need maintenance, but that's our main one that's not going off. So, so that's why we have to get up there and change those brushes out in those motors. So, but it'll be used, pretty much every month. Because like I said, these sirens are old and they take a lot of care.
I know it'll be used, I'm just wondering about scheduling.
With what?
With the road crew.
No, they only gonna need them with like storms or like they got a
Hanger.
right. Yeah, so they're gonna vary month to month.
Yeah, it's gonna vary because we got some roads like bus. I've seen a lot of those buses come through. You got some roads that has more hangers than others. So
Right.
it's not something that'll be an everyday job,
Right.
but certain times that we use them. But I think it'll be a great purpose for the county that we'll have it on access, even though you might not use it every day and it wouldn't be need to be used, but we'll have some when we need it. Because we got a lot of roads all over Adams County that has some hangers that can be used to clear. That's one of the things when I first came on, I inquired about that bucket truck to get those roads. We got a lot of hangers and it'll be beneficial to y'all, it'll be beneficial to the road department.
As far as safety is concerned, is there someone in your department who would have to be trained to operate that bucket truck?
Yeah, once we get the truck, we're gonna make sure all our guys certified. I'm gonna get with Robbie and we're gonna get with the energy people. They'll do a certification on that, all for the safety before they even get in the bucket truck. So,
What'd you have? Supervisor?
I would say crack a joke, man. With hangers all over the county, we just paid somebody how much to do that?
$2 million.
$2 million, and that's
keep my trees grow now. They do grow some. They do grow some, yeah.
next day action.
Okay. So I just need the proof from the board to go and pursue that if we find them in that price range. We give the county administrator.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. Where would these funds come from?
I don't know. I just got the email, I wasn't aware, so I got the email the other day, that it was in progress, that he and Bobby had discussed it, until I got the email.
No, we did that last board, we gonna look for one. I just sent you the price range, try to get a price, see if we can find money to get it. That's what I was looking at.
What was the price range?
70 to 90.
70 to 90, those for use, yeah. I won't go exceed $100,000 for a vehicle, that's why I'm trying to keep it.
But the email you sent me, it was just like one in there for 75,000. And the other one was like 100 or something.
Right, he said,
175,000.
right, because on those bucket trucks, you gotta have certain specifications on them. They gotta be reach a certain height, you gotta have a boom on it. See, we get the one with the boom on it with like a cable on it, so if they cut large limbs, they can tie the limb off and lower instead of just letting it fall.
Right. So you're looking at which one? I saw 3 different prices.
No, those were the vehicles with the specs on it. When you request a vehicle, you request certain specs. Those are the ones, because if you look at it, those are different year models, like a 2007 or 13. So that's where the price comes in at.
So that's what I'm asking. What price are we looking at?
Between 70 and 90.
75 and, I saw one for 75,000.
He's requesting between 70 and 90.
Yes.
Okay, that was just one thing.
No, those are just, I'll just give you the ballpark what they cost by different years. So yeah, they're not actually one we purchased.
So let me ask you a question. Do this have to go through the young lady behind you?
Yes.
Purchasing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Purchasing the pump?
Everything you buy has to be purchased.
So do she know about this?
I don't know. Did you email her?
She's not in it yet until we get approval, then she can start. Yeah. I'm just doing the ground. I'm doing the groundwork.
Yeah.
I'm doing the leg work on it for her. That's all I'm doing. Then after you send me this shit, then
Let me say this. I'm not familiar with all this. So my thing is this. If anybody gonna make a purchase or whatever the case may be, that young lady need to be in on the front end. And, cause she's the purchasing clerk. And y'all can work together and work it out any kind of way you want to, but, Mr. Attorney, how do that go?
Purchasing clerk is, the purpose of the law is that you don't have county employees buying stuff and shopping around. You have a single purchasing entity, and they're responsible for making sure the law is followed and making sure that, there's not any, or if there is any problems, you have one single source who's responsible for it. So, now, Brad is gonna know what type of truck he needs or whatever, so he needs to communicate that to the purchasing clerk, but, they need to be involved. Purchasing clerk does need to be the one that's getting pricing and that kind of thing. I can understand if Brad knows Googling prices and looking too to see, is this something even we can affordable? I can understand all that, but ultimately purchasing is supposed to be the ones that make that purchase.
Because I think it's a matter of internal control. Just say, for instance, if you're looking for something and you have a friend over here that you might want to get that sale, you gotta go to that friend gonna give you a quote. And then you're gonna go and get a higher quote from somebody else because you want your friend. It's called internal control. And that's to eliminate all of that.
Not that we do that.
I'm gonna say this.
Could you just work with,
No, it wasn't pointed at him at all.
could y'all just work together and take care of that? That's in all that right there.
Mr. President, I think what Brad today is only trying to get our approval, whether he can go forward with doing this. Am I correct?
Right.
Right, then hand it over to her, so she'll know what we
Right,
need.
but he asking, can he go forward with doing this and then let her do all of the, what you call it?
Exactly.
I know, but that's what he's trying to do. And then go for, he's trying to get all of you out. Wait a minute.
You know the bucket truck is?
And then let the purchasing clerk pick up on it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant, once we get saying, yeah, Brad, y'all good to go, then I would involve her in, hey, this is what we
Let her do her job.
Yeah, let her do her job, yeah, yeah.
But Shaquille can go
Yeah,
find out what pricing and whatever.
Yes, Brad don't know nothing else.
she discovered that, I think Supervisor Hutchins made my point that I was gonna make, so let's move forward. And
That's all.
Anybody else have any?
There's still that motion out there. I made a motion and you
Yeah,
seconded,
motion,
so they got to
second.
be.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Still,
Ms. Martin, I will be
Mr.
getting with you.
President and board, you need to find where this money gonna come from. So y'all need to work with the county administrator to find out where we gonna get this $100,000 from.
Seven.
And I think that
I'm
was,
just saying.
I think a lot of those companies, they do
I
have
said
lease purchase.
seven.
They do have lease purchase where you can purchase, you don't have to pay all up front, you can note it out, so she has all that. So it won't be a bind on the county. And try to figure out, bring just $90,000 check, if that's okay.
Won't be as big a bind on the county.
Right, but you gotta have it. Okay, my next thing, I know I sent a email to Sugar, Scott, West, and Warren on our floodplain, ordinance. We got to get in compliance with this. I know it's been going on 6 months for the lady propane tank at 460 Equipment Road. I reached out to the gas company. I told them we have to have them tanks strapped down. I haven't received anything. I don't know what to do next. Do the county take it on and go out and try to help this elderly lady strap those tanks down? Because right now, we're not in compliance and I don't want to lose the whole county floodplain insurance for one incident that we didn't get taken care of.
Who does that tank belong to?
It belongs to the homeowner, but Heron fills it up. So it's kind of, but the lady is elderly out there, you know what I'm talking about.
Alan Bottom,
Anna's bottom.
McDonald's.
Huh?
Right, yeah, but that,
I brought this
You
before.
talking about Miss Dawson?
yes,
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, she's not, I don't think she's physically enough to go out and strap some tanks down.
no,
But it has to be done because she's in the floodplain, and she have 2 tanks out there. And I reached out to the gas company, they hadn't got back with me, I called them numerous times, sent an email this time. So the more we kick this, the more we're not in compliance with this.
we need to get back, Popular, go down there and see them because from my understanding, a lot of times they rent those tanks, you don't buy them and they strap those tanks down and do what they need to do. Make sure we can get with them. If we can't get with them, I mean, that's not gonna take a
But
lot.
I'm saying, I've been by there, I've talked on the phone, I exhausted all means.
Well, we just need to make
Is
sure,
that Harry?
Yeah, Harry, yeah, that's the county.
and I think we need to make sure because you rent those tanks and, so they're responsible for that and make sure if we do go out there and strap them, because that's not a hard thing to do to
Right.
drive 4 stakes in the ground and add a cable. That's not that's not 30 minutes worth of work to do it, but we don't want to do that and violate the gas rule. So I don't know about, you know about the gas company?
Yeah. I do.
But let's try to get
What's
together.
that, what's the address?
460,
Contact with them.
Equipment Road.
460 Equipment.
Yeah, and we'll try to make contact, get that out of the way so we won't lose our foot.
Yeah, let's get, cause like I said, the guy been calling me on it, I'm trying to go and close this out, before we lose it.
Edna?
Yeah, the dog.
Just get in there.
Let you know.
You should go right in there.
All right.
Mr. Bradford.
Okay, yeah, next I got some, requests for travel for training. First one I got, Ms. Bree Cooks, she gonna be attending the basic emergency management, course, in Pearl, Mississippi. Those dates are October the 16th to the 21st.
So,
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
All right, the next, requests are for myself and Tom McGee. We're gonna participate in the River Bend, ingestion pathway exercise, that's a rep, exercise that we're doing with Louisiana. Because of St. Francisville, plant, we're inside that 50-mile EPZ.
Yes, sir.
So this year we participated with them to make sure we're being, can help them out in any way large company. We're gonna be down September the 27th through the 29th in Baton Rouge, so quick traffic around.
Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Wilson, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
Okay.
Ayes have it.
All right, this last one, I know you don't have, President, he just brought it to me. I request travel for Sam Minor, from 19 September to 22nd September, to travel to Pearl, Mississippi. He's gonna be taking the communications unit leader, course for our radio system.
You heard the request, Mr. Bradley.
So moved.
Got a motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by who? Supervisor Gray. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
That's all I have for the board.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to say to Brad, congratulations, I want to congratulate him on his National Emergency Management Executive. He graduated from that academy, and I'd like to say congratulations. Send out our congratulations. I understand that's a hard course to take, and they graduated from it.
He's a modest man.
He's a modest man.
Congratulations, Mr.
Congratulations. Appreciate it.
So that's what it is.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ellen Page, I'm with the Adams E911 Dispatch Director. I want to give you the calls for August the 1st to August 31st. That's going to be the Natchez Police Department had 1,227. The Natchez Fire Department had 40, and Adams SO had 572. Also, I have a request for a new hire for Chelsea Anderson. Also, I'm requesting,
Hang on one second.
okay,
Is that the only hire you have?
yeah, that's the only one I have.
She has a form filled out, has been signed by HR. Ms. Chelsea Anderson, $12 an hour, $24,960. You heard the request.
So,
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Gray. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Also, I'm requesting, a raise for my people for the next budget year. She couldn't pass the chart out.
well, you didn't submit that to him. You submitted to Tangi?
Yeah, but she said I had to bring it for the board.
Yeah, but
We gonna do a budget.
Okay, that's fine. She still have to bring it for the board, so. If not, that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Lell.
Did you get that approved by the advisory board?
The chart, we hadn't had one, no, but I'm bringing it for the board.
So we did.
This board's got to say so, I was just curious.
I didn't know we had to go to the advisory board.
I wasn't saying you did anything wrong,
Oh,
and then I was just asking.
Mark Smith.
Just had one thing. We had somebody broke into our Lake Montrose volunteer station and they took some batteries out of our fire trucks. And I think from what the guy said, the hot water tank is missing also. So we're trying to add or request, can we put cameras up at our station? Cause I think Robin had a tractor down there a couple weeks ago, somebody tried to break it into it.
Y'all have internet?
No.
We gonna put one of them home cameras down there?
Dollar General's cameras, they cover any else, that area?
I'm not sure.
Anybody list?
We can try to find out they do.
I mean, it might have covered what happened down there. If their cameras go out that far, I don't know.
That was over the weekend.
check this out first.
Yeah, I tell you, we got
And
some guys down
and
there.
SO, y'all know anything about that?
When her check comes.
Alright. So I got some guys down there, walk, if they see it down, I can ask them to go over there and see.
Nah, you probably need to go over there and see what up, man. You can't see no inbound over there, 'cause they ain't gonna anybody see it.
Yeah, well, I go down there, I see if they see it down there, they go there with me, but just try to see, if we put a request in for some cameras.
One of the Dollar General is full over there, so something, internet.
It would be a lot cheaper,
Yeah.
What's the difference in it? I know that was
It's
$1,500.
just the pants it was in there doesn't cost. It's not much at all, and it would just tap in, it would actually be mounted there on Dollar General.
It'd be
And it-
beneficial to them too.
Yeah.
Look,
Let's go.
can I ask this question? Well, if you don't have a problem with this, won't you go check with Dollar General? And if they don't have it, then you recommend what you just said to them and see what they allow us to do that. Yeah.
I'd imagine the investigator, whoever the investigator is gonna go check Dollar General anyway, whenever they read the report.
So you
They
did a
got a
fire
grand
report?
jury this morning, so, it'll be this afternoon before they get on. But,
If you, excuse me, Mr. President, and if you would, make sure you offer that service to them. If, they allow us to go off the internet, we'll put the camera there and that'll help cover them also. So make sure that they have that plan, that we'll put the camera there off the internet.
we'll talk.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, board.
It's on strong.
1,194 requests in August, with 219 transports, 8 minutes and 3 second average for 87% compliance in the city, 13 minutes and 53 seconds for 91% compliance in the county. Had 118 refusals, 16 no patients on scene when we got there, 8 canceled prior to arrival, 12 psych calls, which was down significantly, and that's going with the trend as we go through the year. It gets cooler, those calls go down. 222 times that we had multiple calls in the county at the exact same time. 3 patients phoned from the field. We did a CPR class in which we did pretty much all the county departments, and now we're going to follow up this next month. We'll be doing the city departments on CPR. We do those, I donate the instructors. All they gotta do is pay the card costs, and that way we save the county and the city governmental offices the money of having to do that, because I have those instructors in-house, and we're required to do so many of those classes by HA each year anyway. So it helps the county, it helps the city, and it helps me out as well to keep my instructors certified. We had 1 crew member out in August that was quarantined with COVID. I do like to continue to report our staffing level is higher than prior to COVID. Our program to not only get the employees in and trying to get them up, but also retain those employees is working, and it's working very good in comparison across the state where there's still shortages plaguing EMS. We got 2 new units that arrived last week. We got them in Thursday, and go ahead and kind of piggyback into what these units were requested years ago. Chips are just now coming together to where the units are now being deployed. I'm expecting 2 more units next month, and then I'll be expecting 4 in the first quarter of 2022. These new units they're getting set up right now so that we can submit them for state inspection. They'll go through licenses, and you'll start seeing them on the road. These units are different in that they're Chevrolets. My fleet serviceman is certified to work on the Chevrolets. We do every bit of it in-house, so it's not gonna have any impact to our ability to service these units and get them right back in the road when we do oil changes or routine maintenance work on them. So we kind of already hit that bullet before those things hit our parking lot to make sure he was certified and we were equipped to do it. The new units most likely will continue to be Chevrolets. They're a gas burning model, but they're Type 3, they're the box units. Those are more stable.
I know everybody's seen that one Sprinter unit that we have. That thing has to shut down at about 36 miles an hour sustained winds. It's just top heavy. So with us going with these box trucks going forward, those things can run up to 67 miles an hour sustained winds and still be stable without any rollover capabilities. So anybody have any questions for me? If not, that's the end of my report.
Yeah, all I had is what I was looking for. Can I get the number? Cause I think I might want to, recertify my, CPR. That's mine expired. I want to recertify.
601.
All right.
Thank you.
That works 24/7, right?
Sorry.
That works 24/7. Mr. Ford.
Good morning, Board. Just a couple of quick updates and a couple of requests. PWP Group 4, the contractors perform all the work necessary for Wisteria and Equipment Road based on the original set of plan. They're mobilizing the Prince Edition to begin working on clearing that site once weather permits. The contractor did submit pay application number 2 in the amount of $195,774.09, and that's for those 2 sites that they completed. We did have a meeting last week to discuss some additional work that needed to be performed following the heavy rain. That's not included in this report, so the new work will be added on the next pay request. So with that being said, we recommend payment to Camel Construction in the amount of $195,747.09, as well as the TE&I services in the amount of $14,093.78.
You heard the request, County Engineer. Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Gray. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
And as always, we will go out everyone a copy of the staff report that shows the pictures and updated pictures of each site. That's me. All right. As far as the striping on the project, we have the drawing ready to submit to state aid. Last week, what's going on at Jackson State Aid was closed now, so we were not able to submit anything to them. But I have someone checking to see if they're open now, so those plans get submitted. And the same thing goes for Burke Road. The pre-assembly plans are ready to be submitted. Once state aid opens back up, following the issue that we had in Jackson, we'll be able to submit those plans for the next to the last middle. And then we have one document we're waiting from MDAH. Once we get that document, we can submit environmental for that project. Once those plans are submitted and the environmental submitted, the only thing we'll be working on right then will be the right of way, and we can move forward advertising the project for Burke Road. And also, we're just requesting authorization to begin submitting documents to the online portal for the MCWI grant for Morgantown Road.
President, I understand that there is a grant for the rural water, You know anything about that?
That's the MCWI grant.
Right.
Is that what you just mentioned?
Yes, that's what I'm asking authorization.
Yeah, authorization to do that grant. Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Gray. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
So we'll start the final item that we can submit as engineers. Of course, when we are here to stuff, there's some things that the county or the city whoever will be needing to submit, but we would do our portion as engineering. We will coordinate with the city and county to make sure all the other items are being submitted to the portal as well.
So we need to get some projects to you for that.
I understand we're doing it from Morgantown Road.
All for one time, but South talking about for another project. Well, Scott sent me. You get ready? Okay.
All right, just know it's 30 days. We have 30 days to submit those grants. So if I have to do more than one grant, I have to enlist another team. So I just want to make everybody aware of that.
Okay.
All right. Any more questions for me?
No, while Mr. Ford is up there, I just would like to let y'all know that I received an email last week, and we were awarded a flat grant for York Road Bridge. So that is two flap grants that we've been able to get approved there, through Southwest Planning and Development. And, it's exciting, and I hope that the little hurdles we've had on Burt, we're gonna be able to.
Well,
And it wasn't hurdles on your part, it was just the process that changed, so I think this one should go a little smoother.
it all depends on the funding, so if you all want to use state aid funds again, as a match, we just go through the same process. We were dealing with the same two individuals, so this process should be more streamlined, if you guys decide to go down that route.
Those funds will be available next year,
Yeah.
2023.
Question.
On Brook Road Bridge, we're in the right-of-way process, got the legal side done. We've sent out the required notices that we have to send out, asking that they donate their right-of-way, which that's never well received. I hate that that's the law. And so hopefully we'll get those starting to work out. We'll start sending out emails to all of y'all, see if you happen to know any of these people, we might be able to approach them and talk to them. We can go from there. Biggest problem is the United States, what is it? Our Art of Agriculture or whatever it is, got to do something about the wildlife refuge. And they will be a problem once we get in communication with the right person, but that's always a challenge when it comes to dealing with the United States government. So,
How long do you anticipate the construction phase of that taking?
The construction phase, I think we're looking at 6 months, maybe. That's at the most. That's on, I guess would be the worst case scenario.
Because I know that's a question that's going to come up. All right.
Mr. Ford,
Yes, sir.
you ever get anything else on the raise grant that meant Jefferson County, Adams County?
So they announced that they only awarded it to maybe one or two people in Mississippi. I can let you know this was the Adams County, the coalition with Jefferson County, and everybody was awarded.
Wasn't awarded.
Okay, is that the last grant? Because it was two grants with the raise grant is that this year or the next year? Because it's supposed to be one coming up the next year that she also,
So the one we just submitted a couple
the one
months
that
ago.
just submitted a couple weeks ago did not get approved?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, Lord.
Morning, Brandon.
I guess first, I just want to give an update on the EWP projects. Group 2 projects with Camo Construction as the contractor. They spent last week repairing deficiencies caused by the heavy rains. They were supposed to start today on the Highway 84 projects. We've only got two projects left there. Two Highway 84 projects there. I doubt they started today, but we'll get started this week, hopefully, on those. My next, Group 3 projects, which is Hope Enterprises. They did some repairs on some of their other projects. They only have one project left on Providence Road, and they're working on that as we go. They're just, both contractors are having trouble with the rain, just getting things going there. This is the Group 3 projects. I do have a pay application from them in the amount of $156,318.33. We recommend payment to the contractor of this. Also,
That's Hope?
That's Hope, yes, Hope Enterprises there. And also, I have an invoice, a JKS invoice for CE&I on this project in the amount of $13,586.87. That I'd like to get approval for.
You heard the request, Mr. Jones. Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, you missed what?
I missed the numbers.
Second by Supervisor Wilson, can you give those numbers?
Can you give me numbers again?
Yes, the payout for Hope Enterprises for their second payout is $156,318.33. And the JKS invoice for the CDNI is $13,586.87.
And which project is this?
It's a group 3, which is Providence Road, and let's see, Deerfield Road, Cutson Lane, and Old Meadow Road.
How far along are those projects?
They're completed, everything's completed except for Providence Road, and they're working on that.
They're putting rock down.
They started putting rock down last week, and it's just been a fight. That was a tough project.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
For Oak Ridge UWP, I was expecting to have the design, quantities, and a cost estimate last week, and I do not. I apologize, I will have that this week to present to y'all on that.
Are we gonna be able to finish it on time?
I hope so. I mean, these projects have been hard for the last few weeks with all the rain we've been getting.
What's the deadline?
November 24th.
Yeah, the contractor's ready to get it on.
That's all I can do. I mean, I'll do my best to have y'all the design and the preliminary cost estimate on there.
How long would it take to do that design?
I mean, we've been working on the design. I know we've been back out to the site and resurveyed some information, and they trying to go back in and design on what we have resurveyed.
I guess how long will it take to actually do the project? What we need to know.
Ask Mike.
I mean, we got two months,
Yeah.
2.5 months.
I mean, if the weather cooperates, I mean, they should probably be able to do that within 30 to 45 days.
Cutting it close.
So we're not to work the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I guess you can get the design. Well, you were gonna have it done on Friday?
I was expecting to have it last week, but we did not get that, so I don't have, I wanted to run the quantities and come up with some type of cost estimate on that.
Well, what's the delay on it now?
I think just working on a portion of the design, the road ditches coming off the road. And
And I think we're really concerned about ordering what? The
pipe.
The pipe.
Yeah, the pipe is, I mean, we've got the pipe design in there, but, it's just kind of cleaning up and grade inside.
Do Mike and Robbie know the pipe design, the pipe, you know?
Yes, yes.
They can order a pipe?
They can order the pipe.
Have you communicated that to Ryan?
Yes, I sent that to him last week.
It's gonna be a tight deadline. We got a November deadline on that.
November 24th.
Got November 24th on that. And I think we had a meeting, 3 months ago? Me, Scott, Mike Green, Mike Granson. So, Brent, my question to you, I mean, I know out there it was gonna be a tight deadline, and you said that you needed 2 months. And I know this coming in the third month right here, and he's gonna be out. What kind of can you give us any kind of indication when you have this ready? Because, you know, the contractor got to have the time to be able to do it.
Yeah.
So can we, I mean, I know the 2 months, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but the 2 month period of time that you said that you would have, I know we done bypassed the 2 month period that we gave. And we don't want to lose just a major, construct EWP job, because I mean, you know it ties into that, I don't have to do all the research on it. It's tied into the other one, the stabilize the bank, the satellite house. So I need to figure out, what can we do? I mean, when can y'all give us any kind of idea when you have this, drawing ready?
I mean, I'm trying, I was expecting this last week. I was trying to get this out by the end of August. And,
He said you're trying
I talked to one of our designers this morning, and I was like, I asked for quantities. She said she had me some quantities this afternoon. So, that's the first thing I want to be running, so.
He says 30 to 45.
They'll be finalizing the plans the rest of the week, once we get that.
Okay, beautiful, Mr. President.
Anybody else have anything?
Also, the disbursements on these EWP projects.
That motion passed. Yeah, that motion passed. We don't do it with the, yes, that already passed. Big character, there was no motion.
What did you have, Brent?
I have requests for disbursements from, NRCS on these projects. I'll be sending those off this afternoon to NRCS, and hopefully we can have the disbursements by the end of the month. And I'll verify that with the woman today. And this is, they would be in the amount with the 2 contracts on EWPs, about $750,000 total.
Okay.
And that's all I have for the EWPs. Any other questions on them?
On DWP? I believe.
For State Park, we have gotten the request in from the contractor to extend the time for 40 working days. On that, we know he's going to go over the time on this project. We estimate at least 20 to 30 working days on that. I'd like to ask the board if they would consider extending the time.
Well, I'll make a motion that we extend the time on State Park Road.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Hutchins. Any discussion?
Mr. Attorney. How do that go? Do we have the authority to, extend? We do? Okay.
If there's
Well,
good cause for it, you certainly can.
Huh?
If there's good cause for it, you certainly can.
I would get approval from y'all to put in a supplemental agreement. Then it would have to go to state aid, and I would feel that they would approve this on the reason behind COVID and adverse weather on that. I would also like to, we got,
Yes.
but
You got
in the same supplemental agreement, I've got, when I believe when all the driveways were added in there, we did not get the total quantity in there. And I need a, cost increase
Well, we need to carry this.
We need to carry this
Early days first.
Yeah.
Okay, you
All
want
in
to
favor?
Aye.
All opposed? These are gonna be separate.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, that passed. Now, what was your next thing?
On driveway, concrete for the driveways on the project, we added some driveways. It seems like to me that those quantities never got into the plans, and we need to increase, a cost increase for these driveways in there. It's gonna be about 200 and, a little bit over 200 square yards of driveways, and at $100 a square yard, which is going to come out to about $23,000.
Brad, let me ask you a question. Are these, you talking about the 5 driveways that we agreed to on Blackman? Are you talking about the driveway where,
I think
people
we're talking
house?
about all of those there.
So y'all get any quantities in for none of the driveways
Yes,
at all?
yes.
Was that part of the plan that concrete all these driveways to start with?
What is it, like an apron?
It's just a,
Yeah, it's like, down, so that where you have a driveway, you take it out, and where the curb and gutter goes, or the edge of the road, you put it in the apron, drive up to the.
But it never included on the plans originally?
I think we had some, but we added a lot of driveways in the end, or during the project. And that was my understanding.
it wasn't.
You had driveways that wasn't there.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm just wondering, are these like either, are they new driveways or they were?
Let me clear this up. They're not new driveways. These driveways, from what I understand, that they forgot to add quantities in because me, Scott, Rob, Mr. Marlowe, all this addition, when we made it, went to court over here, the 5 driveways was added. You talking about these 5 driveways, right? It's no new driveways, it's basically they forgot to add the quantities in for the concrete on it. It ain't nothing brand new, it's what's been there all the time. So I know where you was going, but I thought the same thing. Where the new driveways come from?
I'm just wondering, they new houses.
That's what I'm
Yeah, so, I mean, this is
saying.
driveways there, which we replaced it down through there, we didn't.
Yeah.
They added some from the Blackman property, and I think there was another big driveway there.
So, anyway, because we did fly in it, so
What did you say the increase was gonna be?
23,000. I'll make the
I don't
motion.
have the exact number on that,
Okay.
but I just, let the board know, and I can come back next time with the supplemental agreement, and we can get that when I have an exact number.
Okay, that's what I recommend. I don't want, and then we say
But I
23,000.
did want to go ahead and introduce it.
Well, you introduced it, but I don't want, and I don't think the board either wanna approve something that you don't have a concrete number on. At least we know it's gotta be done because it's there, but we don't wanna approve anything that don't have, a concrete.
Yeah, I'd
number.
rather bring y'all the supplemental agreement with the exact, I mean, on the days, I know the days on that, but on that quantity, the money quantity, I do not have the exact number.
Okay.
I don't know if Mr. Gaines, or Supervisor Gaines has gotten any calls, but I did right across the Park Road yesterday and rode it, just look.
Yes.
And the area of those houses on the western side of State Park Road, away from the park towards Lane. That road's in really bad shape.
Yeah.
I don't know if you got any calls, but yesterday, if you could get the contractor straight.
There was a lot of erosion there with the rains, and we'll talk to him, and I'll
Just
talk
get
to
him
him.
cleaned up, because I don't know if he's got any calls, but if he hadn't, they come.
Yeah.
I posted yesterday,
Yeah.
it's bad. I know, if he just, they're pretty bad.
And they have been trying to keep up with that.
I know it was a lot of rain last week, but it was dry this weekend, I just, they scrape the top level back out.
Yeah.
Because I know it's gonna be.
I'll let him know,
I'm trying to save him.
The inspector, when I left, the inspector was headed to the site, I'll call him and he will
I
take care
sure
of it.
appreciate it.
And that's all I have, unless any more questions.
Robin's late. You knew I was gonna ask.
I do not have,
I don't know what's going on with that. I'll talk to Hayden and it's all you or
He told me he was gonna be here today, wasn't
So, do we have a claim number or,
I got an email this morning with the Hartford Insurance Company from Hayden, and I'm responding to them as we speak.
that'll keep us in the file soon?
Yeah, I mean,
so it is a claim number.
I don't know if there's I don't see a claim number, but
I don't know, can they do a claim number at this point? I don't know, but I know he's been talking back and forth with the insurance company on that. So,
I'm not sticking you in the crosshairs. I hope you know it.
I'm not.
Well, we were told that he'd be here today, were we not?
yes.
I didn't know if he was supposed to be here. I got a text a while ago.
We were told Hayden would be here and he would help.
He asked me on the text a while ago, but I didn't know of any communication with the board on being here.
If you wanted to approve the bill with levy contract, we said.
No, they on the bill levy contract, he is waiting on, the engineering agreement on that from, the license, is that right? All right. Thank you, Brad. All right, thank y'all.
Okay.
Good morning, board. First thing I have on my list is the trash report for August 22. District 1 is 26, District 2 47, District 3 115, District 4 18, District 5 62, for a total of 268 bags.
You were on camera, right?
I've been out for a little while,
Y'all be going district. For a month.
Also, a new hire. It's gonna be Jordan Well.
Hold on.
Okay.
You got more than one?
I got two.
Let me find it, please.
Was he with PD? Jordan?
Right.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, Jordan Wells, rate of pay at $16.81.
Annual 34,964.
80, yeah.
You heard the request. Motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Also, Ernest Clemens, he's the new school resource officer. There's gonna be a change in rate of pay for a promotion. The new hourly rate is $19.26, which the total is $40,060.80. And this should have been taken care of a couple of weeks ago, and the school is gonna pay the back pay.
You heard the request. Motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Also, I have a letter of resignation from Erwin Lancaster. He was a jailer in the jail. The effective date was August the 29th of this year. So,
Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
the last thing is the application to be accepted for the applicant.
Oh, you good? You got that letter?
Yeah.
Can I get a copy of it, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a Citizens Academy coming back up, applications being accepted for the academy. Only 20 spots are gonna be available. We're now taking applications now, and the academy starts October the 10th, which is on a Monday, and ends on December the 2nd. So, we are gonna post that on our website and also on our Facebook. That's all I have. That's all I have.
You know my question? I mean, I heard part of it, but I ain't sure I know. The last thing we talked about was the end of August. And I heard you said something about, was installation of the NOLA camera. And I think you said,
Well,
you building something, you had to get it something.
they had initially gave us the last week of August or
Yeah.
the first week of September, so I mean, it could be any day now. I know, the other day, we applied to get some cards, SIM cards for the cameras
Yeah.
that are out in the county that we don't have access to internet. And we took care of that the other day, so I mean, it's very close.
Okay, well, you know, I was folks gonna ask, and I just wanted to answer because I mean, I know you're aware, the other sheriff folks, so you're aware they had, 2 weeks ago, you had another rash of burglaries in Broadmoor. People went through, broken people's cars, stole guns, everything was there again, going through there. And those folks asking, you know, and I told them that those cameras was coming when we was there. And so, I mean, I know we can't hurry it up, but I really are working on it. But I appreciate it. Keep their feet to the fire.
Okay.
All right.
We got a call about the, other, so we'll ask them.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Any more departmental reports? Any more departmental reports? All right, come to the table. Supervisor Gray.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, I just forward, the road manager, some pictures off of Second Street, where it looked like, I don't know, the gas people, somebody dug up something close to a drain, and, we got a big, like, hole on the side of the road, and I don't want nobody to hit that. And also Power Street, I sent him the pictures of that street flooding, during the, big rain we had, so we're gonna have to come up with something, to alleviate that problem, because it got all the way up to, the guy's tires on his car in his driveway, so that was kind of real bad. I also talked to the road manager about, the corner of Oakland and Morgantown Road. I don't know if that's city or county, he gonna be checking into it to see. They got a dead tree there, is that on the city right away, county right away, on their private property? And if it is, we need to address that, because the tree is dead. And again, I'm gonna say this, this is my 6th term. I enjoy doing what I do. And I don't mind nobody calling and criticizing me about not doing what they think I need to be doing. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm not gonna allow nobody to call me on the phone and use the kind of language that they used on the phone with me. So I disconnected that call. I think I did a great job, because I'm on my way to being somebody else. And they want me to revert back to who I used to be. And I don't think they want that. I'm not gonna disrespect nobody. And I'm not gonna allow nobody to disrespect me. You can criticize my job, I don't have a problem with that. But when you get personal, that's crossing the line. You know where I live, you know where I work. got a problem, come see me. We can talk it out, work it out, or whatever you want to do. My sympathy goes out to the Lyles family, the Washington family. They had a young lady which I think the sheriff department found her in the house. She had been in there for over a week, dead, and her 90-year-old mama was in the house with her. And thank God that when they took her to the hospital, she was okay. So you need to, that's one of my family members. So you need to keep in touch with your people, especially when they get elderly, because if something like that happens, maybe you can catch it before a week. My sympathy goes out to the Floyd family. That's the worker that worked for the county. And it was amazing that the county had a worker to die, and the city had a worker to die at the same time. To the Sims family, Mr. Lloyd Sims was a transit driver for the city. And my sympathy goes out to the Hargraves McKnight family, Big C wife, Perriman family, the Ford family, and the Bell family. And my sympathy goes out to the Miller family, Miss Mimi Miller's husband. I've known him since I been a public service. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hutchins.
Okay, I don't have anything. I just want to send my sympathy out to the Floyd family for the loss of one of our good workers, Miss Terry Floyd. So I'd like to send out my sympathy.
Supervisor Wilson.
Okay, I don't have much either other sympathy to Mimi Miller and her husband Ron. I mean, they've been in this community forever, and they're working, helping keep matches looking nice, and what a shame. I think that was sudden on his death, and it was tragic for her. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Gaines.
Scott, I want to check on the 7th Oakland Parkway Road. I did have a call over the weekend. Robert talked to him about it, and maybe we need to ride by the lady, call back again about the trash. And I think we said he was supposed to get some pictures, but I knew he had to go to the funeral. So it's something that did you have pictures of it? Okay. Well, I just want to make sure you write down in case you need to do that. And I would just add this to public comments. A lot of times, a whole lot of things can be, well, I'll say not as a big misunderstanding if we go to the source. If you ever want to know any kind of information, it's good to get it from the source, and respect is due anybody. I mean, just like we respect each other at these boards, and we are all elected officials. And we know we have a certain amount of criticism, but at some point we are all grown up men and women also. And so, for to give respect, you gotta give respect. And, I pray daily to, when I am disrespected, to give me the strength enough to stay in respect. But if you got any information, inaccurate information causes a lot of problems. Please find the source of it. And I would like to also, my sympathy goes out to the Magnate and Hargrave family, the Ford family, which in the Sims family is just like the Gaines family, because Mr. Lawrence has, we have been in a client family for over 30 years. And also, again, sympathy to the Gaines family again. I lost one of my cousins in Fayette on Friday this week and lost like I lost my mom. Went to the hospital to have surgery and a blood clot went back and killed her. She never came out of surgery again. So, you know, God has called and you have to answer, but I ask for strength and prayer for our family as we go through these bereaved times, and strength for all the other folks that have lost loved ones. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Deputy Clerk, Ms. Daniel, you have anything?
I do. So now that y'all have finalized and approved the rolls, I need to submit to the DOR the ad valorem levy application to expend, or the authority to extend the 1 mil.
You heard the request.
So moved.
Got a motion by Supervisor Hutchins. Can I get a second? Second. Second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
A couple of meetings ago, Brandy asked that y'all approve an invoice for an indigent body, and it was for $450 to be cremated. We got the invoice and we need to amend it because they actually added the amount to mail back the remains to the coroner. So the total is now $495 instead of $450.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
I have the August meal report for the sheriff's department. It needs to be spread across the minutes.
You heard the request.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
I have the October bond renewals for Diane Goodman, Linda Golden, and Shirley Emery.
You heard the request to spread the October renewal bond. Motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
And I have the finally executed contract for River Terminal with Majorca Road from State Aid that needs to be spread across the minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
And that is all I have.
Mr. Attorney?
We have a couple public hearings. The first is for our use tax bond. We need to technically advertise and have a public hearing regarding the urban renewal plan. Any motion to go into at public hearing?
Need a motion.
Oh.
Motion by Supervisor Gaines,
Second.
second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
And the resolution includes that we did the advertisement like we're supposed to. We have the jurisdiction to do it. Is anyone here for the Urban Renewal Act plan? Anyone here for the Urban Renewal Act plan? Anyone here for the Renewal Urban Act plan? No one's here.
Do we
Ely
advertise,
wants to talk.
do we advertise that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We can close the hearing. Y'all have gotten together, enacted a plan. I think it's really good. It gives you a lot of flexibility, so I think we need it.
I make a motion for close the hearing.
Motion made by Supervisor Gaines, can I get a second? Second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion?
I need,
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
sorry guys, I need y'all to adopt a resolution finding that we adopt this plan and moving forward.
We need to open that up and you need to
No, you find,
Oh,
this is
okay.
after you have the hearing, then you make the findings.
Motion finding.
Okay.
Get a motion.
So moved.
So,
Motion by Supervisor Wilson, can I get a second?
second.
Second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
That's that on. Second plan is for plan. Public hearing is for Adminis property on, I think it's 15 Bluegrass.
I did make contact with the office guy on that.
Okay.
The guy we was talking about, cutting the limb, who had to, anyway, that's his uncle, and he did say that he would have that lot taken care of.
Okay.
I made contact with him Friday when they called me about them, Mr. Alexander. He said that he keeps the lot up, And, he know he will have that lot cut this week.
Do you want to have the public hearing and declare it a menace, or do you want to wait until?
Let's wait and give him that opportunity to clean it up since I just made contact with him.
Next meeting, remind me, and so we will reset it down for a hearing if we haven't got any progress by next meeting. Okay?
Yeah.
But it's 2 weeks to advertise.
To advertise, yeah, but
Advertising there, stick something in the ground. And
what about the 465 Morgantown that we?
455 more.
465, I think.
465. I was waiting on the address for that. And I got Otis Redding that we sent notice to.
Yes.
I've not gotten a response back from Otis Redding.
Beside Mr. King, Mr. Melton, Mr. King down the street, across in the front of, it's a house down there, I think it says the realtor owns it. The grass is up this here almost 3 feet now, and they killed a snake there.
That's James.
I don't know who it belongs to, that's who it belongs to? He said the realtor had it.
Yeah, James on it. Yeah.
122 Otis Redding.
122 already.
Dennis and Mary Phillips is what the
Yeah, the man.
tax records show.
Yeah.
Yep. So, want me to go move forward on a public hearing? on it?
Yeah, I want to move forward to the hearing.
All right, we'll get that sent out for next meeting.
Okay.
Should at least, depending on when it, also been happy 2 weeks before.
Okay.
Okay, Brandy left the U.S. Department of Agriculture will pay us certain monies for forestry lands that we have with it. I talked to Angie and she had programmed this money already into her budget based on how we've been doing it in the past. We're supposed to select how we do it. So just need a motion to approve the plan that we've been doing. Basically not changing the use of the forestry money.
Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay. Our auditor sent us over a disclosure, and so we need to get that approved. And this one's as for Angie and for what to sign the disclosure by the auditor. Basically telling you what your financial standards are, all their disclaimers of what they're not responsible for and that kind of thing.
You heard the request, County Attorney.
So,
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Yeah. And an item to be determined.
Okay.
Yeah, should be it.
We need a motion or we'll wait on?
No. We don't need to go into it now.
Ms. King?
Okay. Yes, I have 2 modifications from ICE. The first one is, they changed the modification to incorporate transgender care services to the spread possibilities.
You heard the request, Administrator. Motion by Supervisor Gaines. Can we get a second?
Anyone? Somebody got to second it.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hutchins. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
The other modification is to increase funds to cover the fiscal year.
We heard the motion by Supervisor Wilson, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion?
Increase funds to do what?
To cover the cost. Well, there's no cost to us, it's just.
Oh, you talking about the prison?
Prison.
Oh.
They're always, doing their negotiations with ICE and vice versa. So prices go up and down.
Mhm.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay, a couple of months ago, Brandy made a request, she applied for a grant, we received a grant. And the grant is going to cover our invoice. She's gonna scan the index. And they need to be spread across the minute. We need to amend the budget to increase the revenue and amend her budget to add the revenue to her to cover the cost of the invoice.
What is the cost?
10,000.
Yeah, and the grant's coming back to pay.
We already have.
We just didn't book it.
Yeah.
So,
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Wilson, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay. I'm requesting a budget amendment. We have a invoice, this is for maintenance, an invoice to cover the cost of someone who's that the inmates broke out for $1,470. We also have two air conditioning units that need repairing. One at the safe room and one at sanitation. The safe room, the cost is $7,000 and for the sanitation, $6,200. We also have an invoice to spray, to do the sprays at the parks for $1,457. We have service call for Miss 5 for $2,287.50. In Pete, we have problems with our septic tank, it's the safe room, that's for $800. Then we have another invoice for Superior Pool to fix the pump at the pool, it's for $10,181.05. So I'm requesting a budget increase to Johnny's budget for $29,395.55.
Is that gonna get you to the end of the year? You think?
Yeah.
Is that 10,000 split?
Yeah, the 10,000 is gonna split, but you still have to book it in your budget. You can't spend the money without permission.
So it's actually 20,000?
No, we spend the money and then we ask for reimbursement at the end of the month.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Gaines, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
And no, that revenue does not go back into Johnny's budget. It's not the way it works.
And that's all I have for right now until the budget hearing.
So in the folder, there is a Mississippi Center for Justice. The City of Natchez presents fair housing education for Adams County Thursday, September 22nd at 5:30 at the Convention Center. I have a request for travel for Raven Smith to a national conference on correctional health care. This includes hotel, travel, and a conference fee.
What's that amount?
The hotel is $1,156.50. The travel is $387.62. Now that is just driving to the airport, parking and baggage. And then $829 for the conference and $538 for airline tickets.
Now, are we gonna need,
$2,900.
if we're gonna move the prisoners, if that's still a possibility, I don't know if we made a decision on that.
What's the next one on that?
So moved, that we approve travel for.
Right. Motion by
to
Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Gaines. Any discussion?
Discussion would be, are we gonna need that in the future? Or be educated for something that may not be there?
To be determined. I think, there's some unknown there. So I guess at this point, we gotta do what we gotta do. Yeah.
Or like a mandatory thing, she has to have it.
I can't answer that.
Yeah, mandatory, but I think in education, it need to be.
Certain
I
amount
think
of
it's
hours.
is it mandatory? I think it's
I wouldn't be able to
has
say for sure if it's mandatory, but even if it's not, it's probably still.
Yeah.
helpful
Yeah,
for
yeah.
employees.
Yeah.
All in
I
favor?
don't know, we don't really turn down anybody for education.
All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. We have 2 reimbursement forms for Angela James, one for $94.25 to Magnolia, Mississippi, and one to Biloxi for $281.75. Can I get a motion? Motion by Supervisor Gaines, second by Supervisor Gray. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. That's all I have in the folder. The next item I have on my list, I talked about the flat ground, talked about Robbins Lake, is talking about contracting the inmate labor. I told everybody to be prepared to move forward on beginning negotiation phases with that. And I would like to make a motion that we allow Scott and whoever, Ms. King and myself, or and one other person if they want to be, whoever wants to be, to begin negotiation phases on what this total cost would be to the county.
So we making a motion on just to figure out what the cost gonna be. So
motion by Super, well, I made the motion. So,
second.
Second by Supervisor Gray. Any discussion?
Is the sheriff gonna be included? Because the underlying cost, I mean, you cannot, you know, I strictly say it all the time, it's just me. You cannot make clear decisions without everybody at the table, because it's some costs we see and then there's some hidden costs that's not there. And I'm wanting to feel like this. I hate for to have negotiations going on about me as a supervisor and me not being at the table. And I still don't feel it's right for you to have negotiations going on. Not just the sheriff, any other department head need to be involved with what's going on, because they can give you a detailed cost of what's going on. And I yield the floor.
I'm quite sure the sheriff gonna be at the table.
Well, you didn't say quite sure, but not saying nothing negative, Mr. Gray. But a lot of times things quite sure it might not happen. I'm just saying we need to make sure we can move forward with them. But the sheriff needs to be at the table. We don't need to think he at the table. No.
I mean, it shouldn't have to be a
That shouldn't have to be a motion. It's a statement that makes the y'all to make it. The sheriff needs to be included with it.
It's discussion of it.
It's discussion
The motion has
of it.
not been reduced.
The motion has not been reduced.
What I'm saying is this, I understand everything everybody's saying, and he's saying that the sheriff needs to be at the table, and I agree with him 100%.
I don't have a problem with sheriff being at the table.
Okay then, let's move on.
Let's move on. Okay, let's
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. I also would like to echo what a few of the supervisors have already said. My condolences to the Floyd family. And especially, I mean, it's not easy on anybody. It's not easy on her parents, but she also had children, and that's really hard for a child.
On that thought, there's a GoFundMe for her. I just kind of like that.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Thank you. At 41 years old, it's never easy for anybody. And also to everybody else, there were a lot of families listed, but also the Miller family, because Ron and Mimi Miller have done a lot for Natchez and Adams County, and we're really honored that. So that's all I have.
Mr. President, before we move forward, I just want to let the public know, for public information, in case they don't know about Morgantown Road, we have a neighborhood watch every second Monday in Morgantown off Myrtle Street at that church at 6 o'clock. Not one Monday, but every second Monday. For anybody that want to get any information, come to the neighborhood watch or come to the board meeting. Other than that, I don't know how you're going to get the information when you don't trust the 2 supervisors that's in the area. So we have a neighborhood watch meeting Monday, second Monday at 6 o'clock. Every second Monday at 6 o'clock.
What's the church name?
What's the name of that church?
Murder.
What's the name of that church?
Uh,
I don't got no church. I'll have it for you for you know. I'm gonna have it for. I'm gonna have it for.
Well, you weren't through, were you?
Okay,
Yes,
that's it.
what we do that. We determine the budget is, what do you want to do first?
When's the budget hearing schedule?
And this,
Budgeting?
Yeah, let's just do a close determination, unless you wanna, go ahead and get the road hearing, the budget hearing out of the way, or do you
Yeah.
wanna? do the-
Yeah, fine.
First, bring us,
With the road, with the determination, did anybody in need to be here? It's just gonna be.
It's just a group of us. that
Okay,
needs to be
all right.
here, so.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to the road, the sheriff department, shouldn't they be here? But maybe, I want to see if we could do appropriations, so they should be here to speak on their budget. For any questions.
The sheriff would like to, meet with, I think I talked to West earlier, either later this week or maybe one day next week on our board, on our budget.
Well, let's get the,
next week,
We got
for next.
Yeah, we gotta have a budget.
Well, I mean, we could
He
do
said
it
later
at
this
the end of
week.
this week, he's out of town.
When our budget have to be done?
15th of September.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I wanted to ask the question, when was, and you answered it, when was our budget due, because I knew it was due, but it's due by the 15th. So, you know, it's,
If we could do it at the end of this week, we'll be fine.
That's fine, let's go ahead and, do these appropriations.
Yeah, I did speak with, but the sheriff told me that his people was gonna be here today. And I spoke with Robbie, and I just wanna say this, I sent out an email to everybody prior to this to discuss their budget, and if they want to come to a budget hearing, it's okay, nobody requests for a budget, it's right. I met with them, I met with every department,
Okay.
they wanted to go over, but they didn't have any, requests, really. The budget is only the same.
But let me ask you a question, is there gonna be any increase in their budget?
It's not gonna be any changes in their budget.
There's no changes in their budget?
Right. The only department that made a request
right.
is the sheriff department.
That's considered a raise, we ain't
What about
said about
this?
raises yet,
this
that's considered raise.
this kind here, and that, she said you told her to bring to the board.
That's considered a raise.
She said you told her to bring to the board meeting. That's why she said these papers out.
Because we're gonna take all raises out.
She got the right to come in here and ask for.
She got the right.
Yeah, that's why I say she put it
It's
in
in
the
her
budget, and then we decide whether we gonna accept that or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's how
saying.
that is done.
They need to be here, but,
Is that in her budget?
Ain't no raising nobody, but.
That's, yes it is. Is any prices in anybody's budget?
Well, I had,
Yes it is, they put it
had
in the
a
budget.
request for two.
Yeah, that's how it's done, you put it in your budget and then
yeah.
we decide if we're gonna take all raises out or give raises.
Okay.
That's how we do it. So,
Well, she still need to be here to explain why she feel that they need a raise.
Did she explain? I think we should have that one.
We cut her off.
We told her, we had a budget hearing.
We told we had a budget hearing, it was
A
time
budget
to do
meeting,
it.
she need to come in. Maybe somebody need to call.
Which is today.
Ask her to come up here then.
yeah,
You can start with appropriations,
Yeah.
because that is strictly a board decision on appropriations anyway.
Okay.
And usually it's not that.
And I passed them out earlier so you all can look at them. was changed. One of them, the first sheet is for monthly, we have an annual, and we have a semi-annual, budget.
Say that again?
We have monthly appropriations and annual appropriations, and only one semi-annual appropriation. So I just spoke it down.
So let me ask this question, with the appropriations, I think we got one new one, we might have more, but on the, CASA, in 2020, we had them down for $400. And COVID and all that hit, and I guess they never did put it back in there. And, do we have any of these individuals that asking for, increase?
No,
No increase.
All upstairs the same.
everything is the same.
Not, you didn't say there was one change?
There was a request from, the only one from last year, that's to this year. Minor Street, Jubilee is one of them that got added for $500. And a request for,
GMSS.
yeah, for 1,000. Those are only two. I didn't add the CASA one back because I guess.
So let me ask you a question, what is GMSS? What's
That
that?
is, that was the, request from, Renee Scott.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what is GMSS?
That's the name of it, the clinic.
What, I don't have the official name.
Yeah. It's like, Lord, that's what it is.
And what happened to that, the top of that?
Is it in,
Because of what?
is it working? Is it in operation?
It's an operation.
Okay.
Yeah, what happened to that, the top of that?
And I've spoken with Scott and asked him, was it legal? So,
I just wanted.
It is the board's prerogative, and we can, you have the authority to
No, I'm looking at an old,
accomplish it.
I'm looking at an old appropriation where it was on here for $400. That's
He's
right.
talking about,
you're looking at the cost.
he's talking about costs.
Yeah.
And I was assuming when we went through that process of travel, we couldn't dispense any other funds to CASA.
On CASA?
Yeah, that's why I took it out.
What do you mean we can't dispense?
Well, that's what I'm saying, what? The problem.
They didn't do travel,
Okay.
they didn't go to all their organizations or whatever because of COVID. But we're given, we don't necessarily approve the CASA, we approved it.
Let me help you out.
Ms. James.
Is this $400 related to the gala that they usually have, but they didn't have the last couple of years because of COVID? We donated, appropriated the $400 for that gala.
Right.
I think that's what the $400 is for.
That's what it's for.
Because I guess if I remember the discussion is that when we started paying travel, the reason why they were having those fundraisers was to cover travel. So when we started paying travel.
It's more than travel.
Yeah, it's more than travel.
Yeah, just travel.
I don't see no reason why you can't, if you helping a gala, I understand that we're double
It's no problem, I'm just.
saying, you know what I'm saying? Cause it's $400 and I understand if we were paying $4,000 and they have events like that, I understand if we was covering two things at once, but a donation to, a $400 donation to an event, I don't think that's, we need.
Yeah, I can get it.
What does all this add up to, just for this,
Appropriation.
on the annual payments? I mean, it's like, we just do this every single year, the rubber stamp it, and we never ask any questions, we never
Yeah.
deduct, we don't go down.
She's gonna go through each item, she's gonna go through each
Yeah.
item.
They usually try to get an increase, that's why I asked.
Or, I've been saying since I got on this board, we need to start deducting money from people. This is the taxpayers' money, this isn't our money. these things, every one of them should be deducted by 20%. You know, you can't stay at the same level, you can't increase this stuff, this is not all money.
What about the children?
And usually we do that
It was
sometimes.
approved.
We usually either approve what's here, or we deduct some, or we'll raise some.
We
either or.
could
So what,
go across the board
we're
and say,
supposed to
we're
go
gonna drop
through
it.
each one of them.
We're in a money crisis, I mean,
We're supposed to go through each one of them.
and.
Yeah, just go through them all.
Well, yeah, and see whether we approve
And
it
we
or
can ask,
not.
just look, some of these appropriations, and they're not just donations, some of them appropriations, for instance, mental health, that's a statutory, not required to do it, but we are required to do it if we want to maintain the state's funding for mental health, things like that. Some of them you can't, so go through them all.
We need to go through each one of them. One by one.
Those would be, have an asterisk by them, so we don't know what, you know, what the fire, or our attorney will just tell us along the way, huh?
CASA, you know, that's a group that serves as a guardian ad litem for the youth court. And that $400 is just, that is nothing as to what we pay into for CASA. I mean, we have a full-time employee, we're paying to travel, that kind of thing. We're paying a lot to CASA, but they are providing a service that you have to have by law. So it's one of those things where you can't just drop whatever. So go through them all and pick out which one.
Then we need to change the names on some of this stuff, but they got David Carter name on here, they got, the past president of Colin, we got Bessie Bradley on there, these names and
Martha
change.
Griffin, all that needs to change. Let's go through Angie one by one, like we usually do. And tell us if they ask for an increase or not. Oh, you wanna start?
Yeah, the first one's High Street Properties. That's a lease that we're doing for,
Okay, you're on the,
but we'll be able to cut that one off as of December.
Okay, that'll be
Because we're-
taken off as.
That's why we're
December.
scanning in all the documents that we're doing. And that $20,000 is gonna be used to pay the debt service for partially on the project. So we'll be able to cut that one off.
Okay. Okay, the next one, the US Postal Service,
now what is that?
that's the, what's that?
That's for postage for Dawn. Do for the mail outs, we have to have that.
Okay,
So
that's a must.
that's a must.
Okay. Administrative office,
I'm looking for it.
This page.
that's on here.
I know, but I'm looking for it on here.
tabs. On the tabs, you're looking for it on.
You say it's $30,000. Did we do that in the past?
We have to, do mail outs.
What I'm saying, is that part of his budget, or
Yeah,
is
it's
it
part of
be
his budget.
appropriation?
It's part of his budget, but it's
So
appropriated.
it should be under appropriations. Are you putting it under appropriations now, or you putting it under his budget?
I put it in his budget, but it's a
part.
monthly
Okay,
appropriation.
okay.
I mean, everything that's on here is in the budget.
Administrative office,
That's her pay that we send to AOC. It's no longer Martha, they have a new employee now.
and also
Three
Bessie Bradley. See that?
Mhm.
No change?
Adams County Health Company.
Was it
Yeah,
no
that's-
change?
No.
That's one of those we have to pay.
Yeah.
We probably don't have to pay that, but probably are encouraged to pay that. I pull
On which one?
The health
the health department, you probably lose funding if you don't.
Wait a
Same
minute.
thing with the mental health. You don't have to pay it, but you want to be in compliance with the state. You
Okay.
open yourself up to state funding needed.
Mental health. Okay.
What is this, Adams County Human Resource, we always pay that.
Yeah.
That's children, that's children.
For whatever reason, they called it that Adams County Human Resource, but it's for DHS back in the 70s, they named it that.
AGFC.
appropriation for HFC. Sandy Stairs building. the next one. Red Cross, all of it is the same.
Yeah.
The Humane Society. Just, we've been paying the same rate for years for all of them.
And they didn't ask for an increase this year? They used that.
Yeah, I used to ask for every year.
But I know, that's why.
We used to get beat up for
Okay, that's.
giving them money too. People-
Exactly.
Geronimo.
Yeah,
That's a rent.
this is rent for the Department of Human Services, Child Protection Services. We actually get reimbursed from the state that amount.
So it went up some because it was $3,750.
The reimbursement.
Yeah, the lease went up. So, but like I said, it's reimbursed.
But that's that building over there. What was it? Used to be a music.
Yeah, I heard music store.
Yeah. Soil, Adams County Soils Conservation. That's the norm for those two.
Is that for Peter Dale?
Yeah.
Yes. Southwest Planning, that's a norm for appropriation. Natchez Inc. And Peggy, that's her salary. She get paid through accounts payable. The airport is, that's the norm for the airport.
So the airport didn't ask for an increase because
He,
my understanding that,
He called once and said he wanted to come,
yeah,
and he never came.
Richard?
Well, unless they're trying to do something in perpetuity, they can come for a project.
yeah, I thought he wanted an increase in his salary.
Well, I do know that fuel sales have been down drastically due to that runway.
Fuel sales been down?
Yeah, because they can't use the runway.
Okay.
Which has been a delay, of course.
Okay.
This 105, postmaster sanitation, that's just, what's called,
Sanitation.
yeah, her building. City of Natchez fire protection.
That's not an accurate.
Huh?
They're asking for an increase on that one.
Another 8,000.
Over the CPI?
The CPI increase would make it, what?
$756.
Yeah. That's
So,
701.
so have we been paying that?
Every month.
We've been paying 701 every month.
So we haven't been paying the increase.
We didn't pay it last year.
Why?
Why didn't we pay it? I don't know why.
I mean, I thought every
We
year.
paid $701,000 to them last year, which did not include a CPI increase.
Don't we always pay the increase?
Yeah, but
So my question, why we didn't pay the increase? Now we got to pay the increase.
it's in the contract that we're supposed to pay the increase, but, you know, they should have said,
request?
yeah, where's your,
If they don't request it, then we don't have to pay.
No.
No. This is a contract where, it's already in black and white.
we got those for the city too. We send a bill when it comes to our recreation money, you know, the pool. We send a bill to make sure to stay on top of them to get our money.
Are they supposed to send us a bill? And they never sent us one?
I don't know why the increase didn't get in or whatever.
Yeah, listen. It's a certain amount that we pay, plus every year it goes up.
Yes, sir.
So why they gotta send that to us when we already know that?
Well, I didn't know that, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, she didn't know, so why we need to pay it, right?
We're gonna pay, how much this year?
$756,000.
$756,000.
So we don't owe them nothing for not paying them the increase, that's what I'm asking.
I mean, they're probably gonna demand it.
What do you mean, Scott? I don't understand what you're saying. If we owe it to them, what do you mean they're gonna demand it when we already owe it to them? And he didn't pay it.
If the board's prerogative that we owe it to them to pay them, go ahead and do it. We sent them a monthly check for $58,466.92, and they kept cashing it. why don't they send us, hey, you know, this isn't right or whatever, you know?
Okay,
They sent it and it wasn't right. We sent it and it wasn't right. So now we got the right number. Now we need to pay it. Y'all don't agree with that? I mean, it's part of the fire protection contract, right?
Right.
So what are we talking about?
Well, we can figure out how much, what that difference is from last year's CPI.
I mean, that's the contract that you review all the time as our attorney?
That's the contract that I wrote as your attorney back in 2000.
So why would you think we shouldn't pay them?
Because we sent them a check and they cashed it. They should have sent it.
Just because you sent the wrong amount, don't mean we don't owe the right amount.
Well, if somebody sends me a check and it's the wrong amount, I'm gonna send it back to him and say, you owe this. Right? That's what he's getting back to, because if you're cashing a check, you're agreeing that's how much they owed you.
That's right.
Well, yeah, I think, I'm not trying to take up for nobody. I think what probably happened was, just like we got a new county administrator, they got a new person on there too. So that's probably where the confusion was. Yes, I mean, I'm just saying that's probably where the confusion was, because we got two new individuals in the county administrator and what is her job?
Clerk.
The clerk job. So it was a miscommunication. But if we owe it and we sign a agreement saying we don't pay it, I don't know why we don't supposed to pay it.
They didn't have a new clerk at the time. They didn't have a new clerk at the time.
So when Joe was here, was we paying?
Yeah, we
We
did
was
the
paying
CPI
less than
increase.
that, yeah.
So Joe was here, we was paying.
We would do the CPI increase, yeah.
But now we're not doing the CPI.
We are,
No.
as of this budget year, we've got that programmed in.
Wait. Since Joe left, we hadn't paid.
I'm gonna assume we'd stop paying it, or stop increasing at 701.
Right. That was just when Joe did the budget in 21. So it should have been correct, right?
So if you do that, you're probably gonna end up owing 800 and something thousand at the end of the day.
What do you mean?
Because if you go back and do the CPI increase from 701 to whatever year, if it was a 5% increase, 4% increase, whatever it is they said. And then on top of it, do a 9.1% increase, because that's how much it was this year, it probably puts you over $800,000.
Can I get a copy of the contract, please?
Yeah.
And what increase were they asking for? I was on 5.
It wasn't an increase, well,
They didn't ask for it.
just CPI. The CPI
It's
was
just a
not
CPI.
paid.
We didn't pay the CPI.
So when was the last time the CPI was paid?
We paid it every month. We paid.
The CPI.
The CPI,
The increase.
Yeah.
they're supposed to go in and around with the monthly, the payment that we make to them every time.
I mean, I agree with Supervisor Grant. It's owed, it's owed.
The CPI is supposed to go as we push out their payments.
Next time, figure out the back payment and
That's at the jail.
throw it in that into the budget.
It's not in the jail.
Scream, yeah.
Poor veteran takes them, tell them to shut up here. Jeez.
Think some guy you don't know what to do.
What are you doing?
He asked for the interlocal agreement, I'm going to get it.
Yeah, I want to look over it. Everybody like they must be. It's in black and white.
About the CPI?
Yeah, it's in black
It's
and white.
supposed to go out every payment that is sent to them is supposed to be that amount of CPI calculated in.
What does that sheet right there have it at? Your old sheet.
I don't, that's not on the appropriation.
That's not on the probation. It's
It
supposed to
should have
be
been on
fire protection.
It's on there. Yeah.
I ain't never known, it might be, I ain't never known to be on there.
It's the same spreadsheet.
Just like, there's a different spreadsheet. This 2020, you must have one for 2021.
But it would have been on
This
there.
year should be on
We've been
2020.
doing a hell of a agreement for fire protection for, I don't know how many years since Bush Brown was there. And it goes up every year. With us. I ain't never noticed to be on there. Let me ask a question.
Here's the entire agreement, I'm sorry.
Thank you,
And I
sir.
highlighted the actual.
Let me ask you a question. Since this dealing with public safety, is it any kind of way that we could use the ARP money to do what we trying to do to pay this?
We've been paying it every year,
Not the increase.
but the increase haven't been that much. This
I'm
is the first-
asking about the increase. Is it
You can
any?
take all of the ARP money and put it in general funds if you want to.
The whole 5 million, because they say you can do up to 10 million.
We're not
So
doing
my
that.
thing is,
We've been spent so fast, we're not
We
doing
wouldn't
that.
have a dime left
We
in
sure would.
3 months.
my thing is,
Everybody's brother come up here and want money.
Exactly.
We
We're
need to
not
pay
doing
that
that.
down.
he said that we owe them so much money, where we gonna get it from?
Well, and I'm not necessarily saying you do or you don't.
I see.
You know,
Man, I don't get on no progress.
you send them an invoice or you send them a check and they cash it. They should have said you didn't send us the right amount of money. Plus, look, they're not 100% compliant to the agreement either.
So what are they not?
They're
100%?
required to have 54, and I say this is my understanding, it could be that they do exist, but my understanding is they don't have 54 people on the firefighter. I think they got 35. Agreement requires them to have 54.
So they're saving a lot of money.
And my suspicion, and look,
Just
the
like-
reason, this is why they came to you saying they needed it back in 97 or whatever, when Butch came, is that they had to, because of the compliance of fire change, they had to have, 15 additional, that's why they
Additional
need.
things, that's why it came about.
But,
Okay, let me
okay,
ask you-
more than any other county, I would.
okay, let me ask you a question. Do we want to continue fire protection in the county?
We got
Okay, well, we need to pay our bills.
Well,
And again, I'm not,
I think you might have missed what he just said.
Or either we need to go back and look at this.
And I'm not trying to
real
push
But
one
that
way.
contract says they gotta have 50, they need 55
54
fire protectors
fire.
on staff. They gotta be paying those. So we're paying part of those people's salaries. So they're not even there. They're 15 people short. If it's 10 people short, you're talking about $750,000 a year or more.
You right, Kevin, but I thought that the county, well, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought that the county was paying for 15 firefighters.
You're probably correct. The agreement doesn't state it like that. It says that the parties to agree that the city, terms of the agreement, shall provide a total of 54 firefighting personnel to provide the services of fire protection for the city and county as set forth herein. It's subsection 8 there.
I just read it.
Oh, I thought you were looking for it. That's
What I'm saying is, if they got 22, they still going to the county every time they call them for a fire. It ain't like they ain't going. Even though the house didn't burn down when they get there, but they still rolling to the county. And I don't know.
Yeah, Rick, and I'm not trying to push one way or the other, Ricky. I'm just telling you what your options are, okay? I'm not trying to say one way or the other. It's the board's prerogative. We can find the money.
It's been the board prerogative for all these years. Why all of a sudden not? It's not the board prerogative. Have we been paying it or have we not been paying
Every
it?
month.
Except for that we have not been paying the CPI increase.
So we have not been paying the CPI increase.
Not for the past year.
I have to go back and look to see for 5 years, I don't know what year, I just know.
At least with that.
So what you trying to say, the CPI increase is more than what they asked us for? Because they ain't asking for $700 and some dollars. So what is the CPI?
They're not asking, they think they're entitled to more than 701,000.
I'm asking a question though. So we missed the increase. So
Both sides.
the increase is more than what they asking for?
That's absolutely right. You're talking about, if you did both years, you're probably talking about 800,000, another 100,000. On top of what you owe them for back pay.
Did the, who was on that, committee with fire?
I'm not even thinking that shit.
They didn't even.
You're on that committee.
Ain't nobody call me, but what I'm saying, I'm saying.
What I'm saying, you're on it. Didn't you ask to be on it?
I did.
Yeah, you're on it. You and Kevin. And I agree with both sides. You owe money, but if there's a contract that says you're required to do this,
It's not.
then you're
it's not
required to
made.
do this. I mean, yeah, we're,
Right. And it hasn't been
if
met.
the terms are, everybody should do their part.
But is that the reason we not paying because they don't have the 54, or the reason we not paying because we just forgot?
I think it's just both the city and the county forgot too. I don't think it's, it's not just strictly on the county's
But we are
responsibility.
putting it in this budget.
What needs to be,
No, I mean, we're gonna do what they're asked in 2020.
701's in here.
what needs to be done, if, that CPI, we meet that agreement of the CPI, they also needs to meet this contract agreement of having those 54 employees.
And I really want to pick counts, because that is my understanding. It could be that they have them.
If they don't, they can deduct the amount.
So I don't want to.
They might owe us money.
CPI.
I don't think. They never had it. If
But
we wanna be honest.
But see, they came to us, I recall that
Cause I
plain
was
day.
over the fire department at that time, when I first got elected. I don't think we ever had 54.
Well, then, I recall that plain as day, as Scott said, the Butch coming over here, saying that they needed 15 more firefighters
To run it.
to run that
In the county.
in the county. So if it's never been done, then, we've approved it to pay for those 15 more firefighters. So we paying,
service.
but we're paying for the service too. We're paying for 15 that we're supposed to be paying for, but they don't have the 54 that's supposed to be there.
Okay, we'll figure it out because, the thing say 54 and we say we supposed to pay for 15. So if they ain't got the 35, how we determine our 15 ain't part of the
We can't
35?
determine it,
That's why I got the
because
agreement.
that's why the agreement
They're
is in place.
understaffed.
Because at the time, they were supposed to have more firefighters than those 30, they supposed to have the 30-something or whatever, 40-something, and our 15 is supposed to make up that 54. That's what it was.
Well, we can talk about it after the committee, try to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, let's move to the next.
So, yeah, we'll be on
And I
that.
didn't even know that was appropriation, no, but I'm glad it came up.
I see something.
I got these appropriations off
It's okay.
Joe's spreadsheet.
Yep, we'll get with you after, to show you the jokes to look at.
The other ones is based on the revenue that we receive, they get a percentage of it, so it's questionable, because you don't know what it's gonna be until we receive the money.
What is that?
That's the
That's
school.
for the school privilege and the forest reserve. That's on the 3rd page. And the last two, are, coding, maintenance, basic on the meals.
Where we at?
We on the, we finished with this page.
You
This,
went to Poland?
yeah, this,
That's the number.
based upon
They
the,
don't have it.
Okay,
We assess a millage and we pay whatever that
Yeah.
millage covers.
right.
take out Ron Nettles' name and put on it right now, on there.
Who is that?
Ron Nettles, Dr. Nettles.
Who is it now? We have a.
Let's see.
Well, that might be.
Sounds when it code in.
Jane.
Oh, it's Jane.
Jane.
But
And we only have one for semi-annual, and that's for the school, it's based on the,
where are you?
millage.
On that
It's
one little
one
sheet.
sheet, yeah.
Okay.
So now, you know, the annual,
Those are the ones I was talking about.
yeah.
Cuts. And everybody got confused.
Okay.
But,
That's good to go over the other ones too, though.
Yeah, we need to go. Okay.
Instead of matches, and it's based upon the millage also, so there's no set amount until they receive the revenue. Catholic Charities, that's what voted before my time. For this, for 8,000. Natchez Children's Service, 5,000. I think you all agreed to that, what, last year? They came to the presentation.
Right.
The spade and neuter, it's nothing there because there was a grant, that there was a pass-through, but it's nothing. Now, we paid final, we gave our final payment to them. The next seven school also, the rail car tax and the motor vehicle, based upon the millage. The agri extension service, that amount is appropriated, approved by the board. We changed the name of this. Natchez Literate and Sentiment Celebration, Natchez Theater, Natchez Festival of Music, which all have always been appropriated for that amount. You can donate Christmas in Natchez for 2,500. The Chamber's fireworks for 5,000.
Okay.
The gala and youth leadership for 5,000.
Change that name to Lynn Jenkins from Chamber.
Natchez Business and Civic League, 1,000.
It is a problem with the cost. What it costs since we've been, since I've been on the board.
No, but it's the same.
Yeah, all of the same.
It's been changed.
It is
Yeah,
2,500.
it's the table
And
and
this in
the
20.
tent.
Just 20,
It's in
2021, we moved it up. We gave them more, because in 2020,
Who is that now?
in 2020, we only paid $25.75.
Who is that?
The Natchez Gala.
25 for the, Chamber of Commerce.
One for the gala. It's two different payments and the other one is for the youth leadership.
Okay,
Yes.
so it
Oh,
must be
you put it
25 each.
Right, each,
Okay,
right.
okay.
And annual dues.
Because I know we weren't getting that much
And
just
the
to
dues.
get, okay.
Yeah.
So we
Got all
went
that
up
together.
$500 on the, youth leadership then. Cause it wasn't but 15.
No, because dues must be 500. We're making that 25. Because you got dues in here too. And the dues.
I went all the way back and I added these in to see if what was paid, and it's been like this for forever and a day.
See, it was just broken down here, but you put it all in there together.
Where's the dude? I just see youth leadership, I see chamber.
And the dues.
And gala
Right.
for 25. This one went up.
I forget. Dues probably.
Natchez Business Civic League, 1,000. Home with Heroes, 1,000. Friends of the Fourth in the road, 1,000. Last year, we didn't, pay anything because whatever event that he canceled that event. So he didn't get anything last year. With the Cross America, 1,500. The Natchez Museum, 2,000. That's something they got added since I came. The postmaster mail, the postmaster, U.S. Postmaster for children, Family and Children Service, 1,800.
Do we pay that? Do we still pay that?
We pay that.
Yeah.
But it depends. The stuff that we
Services.
get, this one, DHS.
Yeah.
Okay,
But we get reimbursed.
okay.
The same thing for the welfare. Yeah, that's those two added together. That's the cost. So took it out. And the other one for GM.
And what was that? Nobody ever said what that was.
That's the gala. Oh, you talking, that's that gala that they.
On East Scott.
Yeah. But it's
Oh, just the name. It's,
What is it
it's,
benefit?
what
She's
is it?
for abuse
For homeless.
No, it's as long as
in
abused
abused
women.
women.
Yeah, it's an abused women shelter.
Yeah.
So,
Where is that at?
When you just at the bottom.
I know where's the.
They don't tell you.
They don't tell you where the people at?
It's a secret so that husbands don't go and.
Well, I mean,
I should say
they're
that
not even
spouses
post
don't
office
go
box there, it's just like,
It is.
yeah, but they have,
Letter.
I represent them pro bono, they wouldn't tell me where.
so they do have,
It exists. And the last one's Minor Street, we believe.
That's it. And
and that's good.
it's budget. Okay, she has no changes. These are your only changes. You're asking for in your budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include overtime?
For,
In my request? Yeah.
This is just what she asked for, it's not including overtime.
They get by design overtime,
I know.
so it's not
Inside the city.
like an unforeseen thing.
you figure out how many hours to
You
pay
hear what
for
he's
it.
saying, Ed?
okay, he's asking if overtime included, that's their hourly pay, what I was
See,
requesting.
that's what
So the overtime automatically comes in there.
after the hour to pay.
But you need to be able to put that in your prediction.
How many hours of overtime do they typically get?
They get 84 hours every 2 weeks. It's 4 hours over every 2 weeks. Cause they do 12-hour shifts.
So it's 4 hours overtime. So they only get.
I think it's like 60 grand a year.
They do 12 hours
As it
shifts.
is now.
So you probably gonna go to 8 then.
If we don't, you can't give law, if we don't stop paying people, you ain't gonna have nobody.
It's not about that, we're just trying to figure out what the numbers actually.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just saying,
You know,
The best thing to do.
but I do something different next year.
You know,
Where all these portions.
if you give them department raise,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
other departments to come in
Well,
and ask for raises, and we don't give them one, it's somebody
It
else.
ain't gonna make no
With
difference.
her, she's trying to get in the tier system where
Yeah, and she
people
trying to
make a
be-
different amount.
Yeah.
Like the sheriff's office, they have a tier system.
That's just like
And the
we
road
going over
department
the
has
sheriff.
a tier system.
That's right, and
But
just
then you
like,
know what, what's gonna come in, other people gonna come in and won't be in a tier system.
yeah, well, we gonna have to make them decisions.
That's why it's
They-
best to do across the board raise. Y'all find out. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna find out.
Well, that's,
You gonna have more hell out of every department you
you gonna have,
I
yeah.
had one
yeah.
of them, and it's for, cause we just told somebody else that came in here to do this, like, wait until this time, and they got eggs in there, then we get one and don't get the other. Okay. You gotta look at all that.
I mean, just, everybody that put it to a vote, everybody vote.
Well, I'm gonna, right now, right before you vote. I'm gonna give you the cash balance report.
They don't put nobody where it's trouble with it. They don't put that.
Did you look at all
I'll
this?
give it to you.
What is this?
Robbie's gonna come back.
That should be took care of before we was in there. But we did too.
Robbie's he's coming back too.
Okay.
What is this?
This is our cash balance. Starting off.
The first thing we didn't know is who we have in the money. Well, we come up doing something like this. Put ourselves in our, yeah, that's the first thing you gotta ask. Put ourselves in
This
our-
time last year it was, like 3.2 million. And then that still got going down a little further, because you're looking at the, 001, which is general fund funds. But if you go down further, and you look at 150 and 160, you see what you see?
150.
And 160. That you got to move out of that, the negative balance. Okay.
It's $353 and 911.
Right, they're in a negative, right?
You got to
Oh,
read
oh,
that.
97 is in a negative.
A lot of them in a negative.
Okay.
They already.
And those other funds, we can't, if they restricted, like, on
Are we already?
369 and,
Let me ask you this question. Are we already in the negative with E911?
we are.
So explain that when you say in the negative, when you got negative signs.
You have another one?
It's no money.
There's no money, we already don't went over.
We over,
We don't allocated for that.
So we over $353,000?
Yeah, we got to
Not necessarily.
do it.
I don't believe that.
What you mean?
I don't believe that.
Just because it's a negative balance.
And
It could be that we'll have a revenue
cell phone
back
tax.
on
When do we see any of that money?
We receive that money every month.
Has it increased since we,
And look like it. Last month I did the postings, like it went up a little bit.
A little bit.
it should be going up to like $8,000 or $10,000 a month, I would think.
It's probably is, but I saw some increase.
So let me ask you a question. Go ahead, Carol.
Well, it's just my thought process, getting back to 911.
Where do the money go?
Yeah.
That's where it's supposed to
Where do
go.
the money go?
Does it go to the general fund or does it go into, do
It
we have,
goes to 097,
which is,
the E911.
okay.
If you don't mind me asking, I have a question. In the 097, who all is included in the 097?
Just you. Your department, and,
So what is Brad department?
Brad is 120, 024, he got different accounts. But he's not funded through 097. We have,
No, I'm talking about all them people work down there. You got that E911 woman, and you got some more people down there. Is E911 just her and her employees?
just her and, Connie and Alice,
And the rest of the employees?
and the E911 dispatchers. Brad is not included in, his salary is not included.
Why are we so in the negative on that? Is the city not paying their part?
Well, we gave raises, the city pay us flat fee, and they've been paying that flat fee all along. But we gave raises last year, and we're spending more than we making.
I thought we gave raises because we had money to get raises.
We had money in the old 001, but then the 001 looks like this now because we gave raises last year. The $2 raise for most of the people, okay? And then we continue to give raises all through the year. So people got raises twice.
What do you mean all through the year?
All through the year, they come in and we make a request.
And it's not part of their budget.
It's not in their budget. So we're in a whole of $1 million just for that.
I thought when somebody come in here and they part of a step program, like Robbie come in here and say, well, this person being here so long now, he eligible for 50 cents or $1 rate. That's not in his budget.
Robin started off, we budgeted for 14 hours, okay? When he hires somebody, he don't hire them at 14 and then give them another raise after the 6 months. He bring them up to the $14.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so yeah, his budget is fine.
But other people's budget, they hire
It's tore up.
at the top and then give them raises.
I seen by me, with everybody being audited and accounting over there. The time I was over there, I watched one person get a raise, and 2 months later they got another raise. Okay, so the start off pay of what employees, the agreement was from the beginning is to have a starting pay, not to start these new people that's coming in at their pay raise increase. They had another starting pay, but everybody have moved everybody up to that pay of the raises. So, and then they come along giving more raises. We in a bad situation because
You gotta listen, as county administrator.
So the starting pay
is right. And then if I question,
so what you saying is, I'm gonna use the sheriff department.
Okay.
Starting pay for the sheriff department was like 1601 or something like
Right.
that. And then once we gave the raises, it went up to what?
right, and so this new starting, people supposed to start at 1601. It's just like just say the jailers supposed to start at 1260. We don't have anybody in that jail making 1260 because they start them off at that 5% raise increase. So the budget is busted. And then going forward for the next year, they at that pay. And it's like,
So what
I
you
look like a
trying to
bad
say
person
is,
every time I question it.
so what you trying to say as the county administrator, we don't even have the funds to get nobody no raise.
No, we don't. And then we looking at a negative on, the negative. We gotta come out of that negative hole.
But
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, the request that Brad asked for raising the dollar on the 911 phones, did we ever get a proposal for that?
that's what we just said. Anybody else there? The dollar tax that you.
How much additional revenue is the dollar tax bringing in to the
And
county?
where is it going? That's what we talking about.
Just
She answered that.
Yeah.
She said 097.
Right.
Yeah, but did we
But
actually
we
get a?
didn't get a full answer to it.
You didn't get the amount.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We didn't get an answer to it.
Okay, amount.
And I understand we couldn't, I'm saying, I'm not arguing with you, but I'm just saying we didn't get a clear answer. She turned around and asked the same question to her, and you said you did. I mean, we asking questions.
Okay.
Yeah. And we trying to figure out.
Well, wait.
We're in the hole, 353,646 negative.
Can you tell us what we got on the 911 on the phones in general in the county a year ago?
I can
And
print it
then
out
tell us what we got for August.
now, I can print it
And you
out.
can tell us so but that would give us a little bit of an idea what the difference was. If we got money in July and then we got it again in August, we could kind of see, okay, this is where it's at.
But it's
It
not
sounds like
that
we haven't gotten in a while, that's how we're negative 384,000.
we get them, a lot of checks, but they're so small.
Yeah.
It doesn't even cover one person's salary.
Well, Lieutenant Governor was here the other day and, he asked me about that fund, because I said it was 21 million and it was $68 million just sitting there. And he said, I don't know what we're going to do with it. And I said, well, I would have thought by now y'all had some ideas because y'all know how to spend some money. He just kind of laughed.
I'm trying to figure out, from the time we gave a raise to the entire county to now, what happened so drastic for the put E911 in a $353,646 deficit? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, they have never produced.
What do you mean?
From the beginning, it's like, it always carry a negative balance.
So I'm gonna use this for example. So just say we got 20 employees and the city pay half. They don't pay half.
The city's got a flat rate that they pay, they've been paying ever since they got here.
So when we gave raises, then the city didn't pay nothing.
No.
That's why we in the hole.
Right.
No, they did not.
They didn't pay.
We didn't even ask
We
them
shouldn't
to
be in a
pay.
hole that much.
Nah, that's too much.
That's too much.
What is the city's flat rate for 911? Is it a monthly or a year?
The year is like 270, right?
Something like that.
270,000.
We didn't even ask the city.
And the budget $700,000?
Our budgeted expenses are what, is it 700,000?
And then you look at 911 calls and that were a while ago. Natchez PD, 1,227 calls, Sheriff's Office, 572. Fire, 40 calls total.
And that number, you gotta have personnel assigned to dispatch, no matter, get 10 calls or 1,000.
Well, I understand.
I'm not arguing, I'm just saying, look.
Automatically, let me tell you how the payroll works with E911. They work 48 hours one week and 36 hours the next week. Every week, every payroll, they're gonna have 8 hours of overtime. Because that week that they work 48 hours, that's what's eating it up right there. The week that they work 48 hours, automatically, every week, every payroll, every employee there is gonna get time and a half for those 8 hours, even though it's a combination of whatever. That week that they work 48, they get 8 hours of overtime and a half.
But at the end of the day.
So that's what's happening. It's not.
Let me figure this out. So we've been doing this how long with E911? Since we combined. Okay, my question is, at the end of the day, after we did that 1 year, after we did that 2 years, then why we didn't budget for the extra overtime that they was doing because they was going over?
I do budget for the overtime. Just like this month when I budgeted, I did a printout of every department and their overtime. I added it in. So it's already added in.
I'm still kind of confused. How did they go over then? What caused them to go over if we budgeting for them because the city ain't paying?
It's going over because the expenses are more than the revenue.
Why is that? That's what I'm asking.
Because your revenue, you don't know what your revenue gonna be. You just guesstimate.
I understand,
So-
but that comes out the general fund.
What?
Theirs.
No, they come out of 097.
So where 097 come from?
It goes straight into 097, it stays there. Even when we get the money from the city, we post it to 097.
Something.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Did they start with a negative balance or they just ended with a negative balance?
Started, I think, every year started with a,
Negative
That's
balance.
what I'm saying.
not a negative balance, it should be started with a zero.
Start, just start with zero?
You know,
Because you haven't spent any money.
well,
Well, no, the balance is rolled. Isn't, we don't start at
No,
ground
I'm
zero
gonna take
with
it.
zero. The balance is rolled. At the end of the year, when we roll over our year, we do journal entries to turn them to, you know, to make it a zero balance because you can't roll over a negative number. So you have to do a journal entry, pull the money from general funds. And after you roll it over, you roll it back.
You take
So
it
that
back, so you
So
take it
that
back, put it back
So
in
what
there.
you're saying,
Hold on a
from every
second.
prior years, we've been in a negative.
Well, I
And
can
have
say
not
all of
cleared
them.
that negative. I'm not talking all of them, I'm talking about
Mhm.
097.
Right.
We've been in the negative and have not cleared that negative to roll over for the following year, starting with a zero balance. You start with a zero balance, but you have to bring that negative over.
Right, and then you dealing with the turnover rate that's so bad in there that these people that's working, like just say for instance, a normal 48 is not a normal 48 because somebody gonna do another 12 hours with that 48, they got sometimes 60 hours. And, you know, and only 40 of them is regular and the other 20 is time and a half.
So
All
our
right, Supervisor, hold on,
problem
Supervisor Gaines, go ahead. He was trying to
Yeah,
talk. 10
yeah,
minutes.
that was his talk, I talk whenever they get time.
Keep
But
going.
I ain't gonna do nothing but stir it up and let one, so let them go on talk.
our problem is, right, as we looking at it, is negative.
Go ahead.
Our problem is we rolling over a negative. We have to figure out how to solve that negative for this upcoming year to roll over with a zero balance, which they all should be rolling over with a zero balance. That's what, so where, let me ask this question. Where did the negative come from? What made that negative?
It's gonna automatically be a if you bring it in, you spend out more than you bring it in. It's gonna be automatically negative. The expenses exceed revenue.
Okay. So we got to figure out how to resolve that negative.
Well, the city's gonna have to pay more money. Part of that.
Well,
I mean, if we're paying $700,000 a year, they're only contributing 270,000 of it.
Well, I asked when we gave raises, let them share that part of raises last year, and no one said nothing. They said, no, these are our employees, and we don't pay the raises. I asked that question. Let's get the city to help all these raises.
And we're hoping that the 70 cents on per cell phone that we're bringing in
Are they
will
calling?
generate.
Is the city calling up right now?
Oh, we would.
Yeah, they pay their monthly appropriation. That one.
Well, I'd like to have that number for,
But you always put yourself deeper in a hole by doing something. If you get ready, you only put yourself deeper in a hole.
You ready?
I get it. I'm gonna stir the pot a little more. I'm gonna stir the pot a little more, cause it's always, you know, of course, I'm the pot stirrer when it comes to race. I'm not saying by no means as county supervisors that we should pressure the administrator to give raises where we don't have them. Well, I'm not saying that. But I am saying this to either way it go, we already in a catastrophe. I'm not saying nobody go for raise. I'm just speaking my mind, and I don't like. And then sometimes I hate it if we speak our mind, then everybody get offended and take the wrong attitude because we only speak our mind. All of us sit at the table and see different things. And when I look at it, I'm not saying get raises, but we need to look at what the crisis that's headed down the road for us, because I know we can't afford it. We just need to be prepared, because 911, I always say, is an important call. You can look in the road department right now, you're losing people. I know we can't compete with Vondrell. I know we can't compete with these other places. But Robert came back, and I'm surprised he didn't ask for the hire two, and I know he should have asked, because I was intending to remind him to actually hire 2 people in here. But we losing people. We can't compete with them. 911, sheriff, You seen every entity, the prison just went to 18, highway patrolman at 40. So I'm not telling you to break the budget, and I'm not asking anybody to vote, but I'm asking that we need to have a forecast down the road that you have other people, entities that's paying is gonna somewhere put us in a bind for people further down the road. So I'm not saying go get a raise, I'm not asking any supervisor to vote, I ain't said nothing, but I'm just saying, look at the forecast down the road for all our departments. One reason the turnover rate is going because other people paying $45 down the road, and we're gonna still have those problems that's coming up, so we can forecast for them too. So we don't have the money, but we can forecast, but we definitely can forecast to a shortage of services to our constituents. That means from road department, that means the sheriff, that means 911, all these things, we can get ready to forecast for a shortage down the road further. And that's all I was saying. So I'm not telling nobody to do this, and I hate that everybody gets offended when I say about money. I ain't telling nobody to vote no way, I ain't putting nobody in there. But that's just a forecast that you see. You see people losing every day, all other departments. And somewhere, and I'm not saying Ms. King should hire somebody or she shouldn't be fighting, because that's her job to keep us out of trouble. If we got a $100,000 degree negative, we need to sit at the table and figure out what we need to do to try to get it together and start at zero balance.
Can I say something? For my department, I did a pay scale comparison from the combined dispatch centers. Well, they're starting their dispatches off $15 an hour. Now, towards my budget, they have money in the budget for at least 15 dispatchers. I've only been working with 12. I just recently hired another one. If you look at your paperwork, you can see I don't have a turnover rate. I sit there and I try to train my own people and try to make them comfortable enough with they're there on hope that, things will get better. I'm not asking nobody for anything that nobody else is not making. Just like you said, if we don't try to give them a little raise or something to give them hope of being there, when they see other departments, for us now, one department's making one set rate, and we the lowest paying one, they're gonna try to leave to go get more money. So I don't know about the mileage in the budget or anything like that, but,
See, the question is, it's like I don't know how many people you work with. That doesn't count for the fact that if you got people that, and you say the turnover rate is bad at Old Man 7. That's why I'm confused when you say that you don't have a turnover rate when you coming in here asking to hire somebody. I don't know what you mean by you don't have a high turnover rate.
When I come, to be honest with you, when I come back to hire somebody, if you look at your records, you can see 2 of them, they approved to hire, they never showed.
Okay, but.
Okay, so I just came to ask to hire somebody else.
Right. And I know is people come and they'll stay 2 weeks or whatever, but, and I don't know the reason. I just know that the turnover rate is high. And so when you don't have the employees, you got to work the ones that's there time and a half. And I know how it worked because I remember going through that with E911, that's not during your time, when they intentionally made sure that they did overtime the week that they worked 48 hours. They wouldn't come in and do overtime on that week that they did 36 hours because they was working, they knew how to work it to make sure that they got the time and a half. So, I don't know. I just know that turnover rate is really bad down there. And that's what's probably costing the overtime.
Yeah. What do you consider turnover rate? Because my people been there over a year, so
What
can you
people?
explain to me the ones I have down there? I haven't hired anybody, I've been working with 12 people.
Well,
As it is now, your turnover is not the cost of the overtime necessarily, because they're going to automatically incur overtime the way that their schedule is built.
Right.
At the end of the day, what we've got to do is run this county like a business.
I understand.
And if you don't have money to give raises, you don't give raises, and this isn't aimed at you, okay? But we got all this talk of, we want a dispatch center, we want an EOC center, we don't want a new jail. Where does the money come from? If it's not coming in, it comes from one place, raising taxes. And you can't raise taxes right now. People don't have the money to pay their taxes right now. People got COVID pay, people got hazard pay, people get paid, they want a job, it doesn't matter what you pay them. If you increase their pay $2 an hour, well, they're gonna go to Wendy's and get the sign-on bonus and go there for $15. That's just what people are gonna do now. I mean, when they take a job, they took the job for whatever it is an hour. They knew what the pay was when they took the job. I mean, they knew what the pay was when they signed up, took a drug test, and took the job. And, you know, unfortunately up here, you gotta make hard decisions. I ran family business through COVID. You think I ever got hazard pay? No. Sometimes you just gotta fight through the hard times. And we're in hard times right now. We got money we still haven't recovered from the layers and hangers. A chunk of money. We got ARPA funds that we're getting. You can't take ARPA funds and get pay raises with it. You gotta take ARPA funds and put that into something that people can see and touch and feel, and it benefits the community for 20 years. And that's just my 2 cents. That's the way I feel about it. And this is not aimed at you, okay? You're just standing up there. This isn't aimed at you.
Can I say something?
So we gotta make a decision.
Can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Here's a printout for 097. We budgeted last year, well, this year, $813,000. We only received $560,000. We expensed out $913,000. And most of it, you know, payroll.
Next question. How much of that $800,000?
We didn't get it.
We didn't get it.
Right.
Okay, now, how much of that money was rolled back over to the negative? Is that the question?
No, this is for just this year.
No, I'm saying, but, no, you
have
said
a balanced budget by the end of the year.
in the end of the year. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You said, okay, what you do is when you got a budget, you cannot have a zero budget, right?
You know, you got to
It-
zero it out.
Okay, it says zero out.
And you got to pull the money from
Pull
general
the money
funds.
from general fund.
Okay, then
You
you pull out
borrow
the
money
money
in.
from general funds, there's no money in general funds.
The obligator to pay for.
I understand.
It balances out when tax revenue comes in.
I understand, but can I finish asking my question?
Okay.
Can I finish asking the question that I asked?
Yes.
If you zeroed out, you started with a negative, let's say 300,000. When you get ready to do your budget, you're gonna get it from general funds, right? To make it zero. To make it zero in the
I
balance.
have to do a journal entry
That's what I'm saying. Well, but so you won't have a negative answer.
when I roll over the year.
Okay, so now what I'm asking, when you start the year over, when the years roll over, it's gonna start back with the negative 300, right?
Yes, gonna have to because we not.
In the
having-
general.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So that's my question is, what can we do at some point? How do we try to get this point to keep it from being in a negative? What is it that possible that we can do to get these paid off so everybody can start off? I mean, I know that ain't gonna be overnight, but how do we get these like from a negative 300 to be able to balance out equally so we can have an equal year?
Well, we're not
Where do we
generating,
get the money from?
we're not generating, you can't get the money from anywhere, we're not generating revenue, you got to reduce expenses.
Okay.
Because the revenue is not here.
That's what she's saying, but we started adding to that expense.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was asking. So So if anything that we can do, is no money that we can work on other than increase expenses, reduce expenses, or either, as he said, raise taxes that we not gonna raise right now, so you'll have to reduce the expenses to try to take away from this number, to make it even.
To make it zero, we
Yeah.
can borrow from, we can get the money from general funds and zero this out.
That's right.
But then we're not gonna have.
That any money zero, zero fund, I got, I'm saying. I'm just trying to get to a point. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to a point, how do we help these folks with operating in the negative? Because it's almost, if they start in the negative, and you say you give them a brand new budget year, but you turn around and give them a budget, but you turn around and put them in the negative right there, so he's in the negative when he started out. It's gonna be hard for him to come back to the budget and say, well, anytime he asks for something, it's gonna automatically look like he over the budget. He started in the hole every year. And that's going, and when you start in the hole every year, your budget's never gonna be right. You're not gonna ever be able to justify, I want to raise for these people. I need this equipment for these people, because they automatically in the negative. It's gonna put them over every time. That's all I'm saying.
Warren, the expenditures, they start from, it didn't work that way. They start October 1 to the end of the year, tracking how much money they spent. And then we predict how much money we're gonna receive on it, and it should balance out. In this case, we overspent $900 and whatever $1,000 as opposed to.
I understand
that. But they're not starting behind the curve, that's not, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you earlier either, I was trying to make sure we're up,
So this year, do we have any department that expenditures decrease, and what department expenditures increase?
The ones with the positive balance.
On this paper, the one by the negative, that only one that.
Right.
Oh, man, Jerry, number 050 and 51, the Boca grant. Why have you got a $282,000 negative on one of them and $294,000? Those supposed to be somehow wiping each other out, or what?
Well, it's gonna, each year they change. The account number change. One year they're gonna use 50, the next year they use 51, so it's supposed to wash. Which means they're not gonna do the vocal grant at all this year. So we're gonna end up with, either we need to be reimbursed, we probably haven't gotten reimbursed yet. So it's probably gonna wash itself, once the reimbursement comes through, that's a grant.
But yeah, that's not a wash, but it ends up being a wash, right? That was last year's local grant that we got a surplus on. We didn't get the money back probably till the beginning of the year, so it shows up as a revenue, and then the other one hasn't been paid for yet. May not get paid to the end of the year.
Okay, I was just doing some math on the cell phone thing, do we figure there's 20,000 cell phones in Adams County? Would you say it's probably a good estimate? There's 30-something thousand people in this county. So, dollar fees, we should get $14,000 a month in revenue off the 911, just off cell phone. And then on top of that, all the hard lines that are still in place, I don't think there's a lot. There might be 5,000.
And 911 would pay for itself.
They still would pay for it.
No, it would pay for itself if you got cell phones.
Okay, well,
It used to.
It wouldn't pay for itself, because we're spending $80,000 a month.
14,000 plus another, what, $7,000, right? We get about 300,000 from landlines, right?
A year?
Yeah, 300,000.
Okay, how much on the cell phones? Can you look it back and see what we got?
You're guessing 14,000 a month, I would think.
Well, I would think we got something in August, didn't we?
It's difficult to go to a prior fiscal year with this kind of software we have. It's brain.
Okay, but at any rate, we're spending $80,000 a month on 911. It sounds like, give or take, $75,000 a month. And then so if we bring in $40,000, we're still at $35,000.
Yeah, I'm still gonna lose.
The city's gonna have to help out here somehow. We're gonna enter a interlocal agreement with them, and they're gonna have to up their ante some, because, I mean,
What are they?
expenses have gone sky high on everything.
292 is what we projected, and that looks to be what, because it's 83%, correct? Yep. 292,000.
Is what they pay of the 900,000 that is costing us this year.
Yeah.
Hardly seems fair. Like you say, Wes said a minute ago, the county is a business. Every one of these entities is a business and they should be run like businesses. And the idea is for them to certainly not lose money. We're not gonna make any money, but we can't be throwing it away. I mean, every little bit helps. I said something about all those things we're looking at a while ago, 5,000 here, 5,000 there, the taxpayers' money away. And why we don't cut some of that, and we're sitting here, you're telling us we've got very little money, but we're still gonna give all the money away. Just like we've always done, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. If I'm broke, I'm not giving money away. When I have money, I have no problem giving it away. But that's just how I operate.
So, did our gaming revenue ever go down?
The game,
Did our horse service ever go down?
that went up.
It went up,
Right.
but it went down one time.
Yeah, it went
And
down.
we wasn't collecting the amount of money that we're supposed to be collecting because it was down.
Right.
So,
Yeah, because I was getting kicked in the teeth.
that's what I'm saying, but we budgeted a certain amount for oil revenue, and we would probably wasn't getting it.
Not this year, we couldn't get it.
When did that start flowing?
6 months ago.
And then when the casino is not doing good, our gaming revenue goes down.
It does.
So if you budget $150,000
No.
for gaming revenue and gaming is down, that means you're not gonna get the 150 that you budget.
That's right.
So then you got to figure out how you gonna make things work because you're not getting the money from these places that you think you're gonna get it from.
And when we start off, this, when we start off with a budget, it's based on the hopes that we're gonna make the money that we may not make. And so it's like when I say reduce spending, that's what I'm saying, reduce spending. You can't come in here every board meeting asking for this and the board approving it.
Here go the thing right here. The two biggest departments we have is what? Debt department and the road department
Correct.
and what else?
They're the two biggest.
Okay, last year, what did we budget for the sheriff department? What did we budget last year for the sheriff department?
Last year we budgeted,
You talking about the beginning of the year?
beginning of the year.
Because we amend the budget every.
I ain't talking about no million, I'm talking about starting the year out, what did we budget for the sheriff department?
Yes, now, we couldn't tell all that, but we actually, for the sheriff department, the budget was $4,828,334.
$4,828,000.
Right.
Okay, what about
The actual for last year, this up until August, $5,580,284.
So we went over what we budgeted.
$752,000.
$752,000 over in the negative. What about the road department?
I don't have the road down here, because I didn't know it was coming, but the road department never go over their budget, never.
I like
My
that.
hat's off to y'all.
Thank you. It's a hard work. I like that.
We're gonna have even bigger problems because I'm looking at just the payroll for the sheriff department. We were already in the hole this year for that $752,000. But we got the budget, for payroll, we have to budget. The difference in now and then, we're gonna come in at a loss of $541,000 more because of what they make now.
1.3.
So we already lost 700 some thousand, and then at the end of this year, even if they don't go over, we have already lost 541,000 because of the raises all through the year. And you got to put that in because this is what they're making.
Yes.
Huh? So we, in a fix, I don't know how to explain it, in more than that. And those expenses doesn't even include the repairs, because they some kind of way got moved to giant budget. If you was, that's not even the repairs.
All the repair on the jails are in Johnny's budget.
In Johnny's
What is
budget, yeah.
it? So that ain't counting against the sheriff's budget? But it used to? It used to?
We used to.
It shouldn't,
It shouldn't,
because it's the county's, just like it's our courthouse, I don't care what the judge says necessarily, it's our courthouse, same thing, it's our jail, he runs it, it's our jail.
But it used to be in the budget, in the expenses used to go to it, but the budget got moved
And
also to Johnny. But it's still,
The money that
it busted, that's busted, that's why I'm asking for the budget increase. It's because we don't, Johnny have no money in his budget.
What does he spend on maintenance in that jail this year?
I hadn't even added it up, it's for a lot.
200, 400?
Out there.
President,
Yes, ma'am.
Dawn is here. I think you have a question, something he needs to say. So
Well, I was
yeah.
intending to get with Angie before the day. Normally on my postage machine, I normally get $2,000 a month. But since postage has gone up twice since then, like Friday, we ran out of postage, but I'm getting an advancement on that. I know how to do that. But I was just trying to get an increase on my monthly postage, at least $500. Because when they send out all those jury summons, they send out 300 at a time. So therefore, that sort of like eats up my money. Plus 300 people don't show up when they do come for jury summons, but still. And during the election time, that takes a lot of money, which is coming up in November. So I'm gonna need a little extra money every month, at least $500 to get us through every month.
Now, that's understandable.
Yeah, but then we do about that.
But you know what we gotta understand? And I know people want vehicles. When you get a vehicle and keep the vehicle that you got, that means we gotta keep paying insurance on the new vehicle and the old vehicle. And then on this insurance went up. I keep asking these questions about this insurance. People think that insurance went up because every time we do a docket, we got to borrow money for insurance, self-insurance. That means it done went up if you continue to borrow money every doggone time we do a budget. And there's a lot of more stuff that's continuing to go up right before our eyes and we ain't looking at it. You can't keep operating like that. I'm just telling you. You just can't do it.
I say, we have to run.
Don't cut and do the things.
You know what you need to do? You need to take these departments and go back 2 years. And then if they increase a certain amount in them 2 years, where did the increase come from? It had to come from raises, it had to come from somewhere.
Right.
That's what we need to do, figure out where the bleeding is and try to stop.
But the intent was, when you have come in, they don't come in at that rate of these other people that we gave these 5% raises.
You kept saying that.
And that's not what's happening.
But Obama does it right to make his kid.
Yeah, he started off less than the 14, and then after so many months, that's when he go up to the 14.
That's why I say you do right, you do it right. So yours can fall right.
Correct.
So that's what I'm saying, which doesn't hurt your budget.
Yeah.
But it's the others are hurting their budget because they're not doing what you're doing.
So what departments are over their budget in salary?
Yeah, the
I
sheriff.
know the sheriff department, any other budget, any other department?
Because there's no budget.
They're the only department over on salary.
I mean, the 097,
Who is on that salary?
911,
And that's because they don't have revenue coming in.
they're over their budget because of the overtime.
But they don't have a full staff.
Right, and that's what causes it. Like I said, the per people that's working there pay time to half.
They start.
If they had the employees that half the time, see that overtime, yeah.
But it still should cost them, $353,000 in a hole.
That's because they've been in the hole all the while.
Yeah, it's
That's the
a
thing.
reoccurring.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
It's tough to go on.
Yeah. How much did it go up this year? It's went up 200,000 or 300,000. I mean, should be quite a
Well,
lot.
they budgeted 800 something thousand, they spent 900 something thousand, and the city contributed 200 something thousand.
They,
So that's $400,000.
Right, so it's, this year, been expensive.
We gotta do something different. So, like I said, there is some help on the way, because these cell phone things are gonna increase that sum, but it's not gonna be enough to make up that much difference.
I'm gonna be.
But the city's gonna have to help. One, I know they wanna take it up, and God bless them, if they say they can do it for 400,000, they want us to put up 200,000.
That's they don't go.
I mean, geez, I wanna see that, I want a 5-year contract though. Because, I wanna see that.
I'm gonna make a suggestion like Supervisor Wilson had been making, and we have did it in the past. Every department, sometimes we need to make some cut in every department. Maybe or 10%, 20%, we did it in the past, we're gonna have to do it again in order to get that right.
And I've been cutting on other department budgets, but they don't have a big budget anyway, but I try to take 1,000 here and 1,000 there just to make up for
Trying to offset other
right
departments.
Have you had a spending frenzy the last month or two, when we've had a spending freeze?
They still
It's still running?
Well, that's the thing.
That would stop that.
They ran out there.
I
We
wanna,
stop it. I mean,
They went in, they went.
anything you spent this last 2 months, we're taking it out of your budget for next year.
I did
Because you
did I?
You went over and above, because I
she did.
don't like people playing games, and I keep saying this is the taxpayers' money, and we're charged,
Yeah.
we're taking care of it.
When the games come in, that's why I sent that email out, because so many departments at the end where you going places, buying stuff less than $100, because you don't have to have a PO that's less than 100. But if you do 10 things that's less than 100, you spend that 1,000, it doesn't show up until the payment is made. But on a PO, it's gonna put it right in. So many departments, you know, I'm paying the bills over there, because I can see because I was paying the bills. That, wow, we got 10 invoices from
The same place.
yeah, the same month.
I deduct the last 2 months out of the next year's budget. Anything else frivolous over and above?
Unless it was emergency.
We're not fools.
It could be all.
And some of these expenses that you're looking at, you know, when you look at that 900 some thousand, it's things that they purchase that not, I feel, and I can say it, but I don't work in the department, in my mind, I feel like it's an unnecessary spend. And a lot of people just want to take and spend their money at the end because the budget doesn't roll over, so they take in, I'm gonna spend this.
It's not their money. It's not our money.
Especially when you say, stop the spending, you know.
That doesn't mean me, apparently.
You know, the raises last year. People got raises last year, and then the month after, they still start asking for another raise. I'm confused after all those years that they didn't get a raise. Why all of a sudden you gonna give me some more money? I mean, you gonna give me some right now, you're not even gonna wait. And that's what happened. So,
Oh, we're gonna take an axe to this thing. No, we're not gonna will. If we're gonna make any progress at all. They're gonna have to hold the line too, they're gonna have to hold
So what's next?
spending now. What is next?
What's next, the road department?
Yeah, we're talking about it. I mean, like I said, the only thing we had was, this year was 2 trucks and 2 tractors. All, my asphalt, but like I said, if we did get those, it's gonna get the tractors are the vehicle we had for this.
For a few years.
and it's still in there. Yeah,
Just,
Palmer.
yeah, I mean, it's in there.
It's there.
We don't even discuss it.
No, I present that.
This year.
Oh.
I do that.
How?
I do that, I'll get to, y'all get finished.
Okay, we'll finish, y'all was talking about that.
Okay, y'all finished. Like Warren said, I left, I was trying to get there, I didn't ask for permission to hire 2 new employees for the 2 that turned the resignation in, I would like to get that.
You heard the request, already made a motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
The other thing I have, I left from the service out there and come to Wolfentown Road, we got a big issue going on Wolfentown Road, it's a big hole right there from Andrew's little feed store right there, it's, a glass going down. And I went by, crawled out and took a picture, it's undermined half of that road, now it's Wolfentown Road, and we got about a 10-inch water main right there, and we got about a 4 or 6 inch gas main coming under that section. That pipe's probably 20 foot deep, and the pipe's rusted out under the road. The whole road will have to be closed to take care of this, to turn traffic both ways. But to do that, to dig down, I don't have any of the boxes to put in the hole for the guys to get to work. So to taper it back, it would probably have to go back 30, 40 foot each direction to go back. And with that being said, don't know if I got the manpower that's capable of doing this project. So, I know anything, I knew you was gonna say that. That's where I crawled in there myself. I got down there and got the pictures up in there to let it see how dangerous it is. It's to the yellow line. Like I said, that's not the only cross pipe on Wolfentown Road or any other road in Adams County that we're probably gonna face in the next 10 years. Y'all know, probably 5 years ago, we faced a big culvert problem in the county, and we changed out where the budget was shot on culverts. And now it looks like we're starting to get some more, a lot of culvert issues. So,
Where exactly is this at, Robert?
Cedar Lane, yeah.
Right across the street.
Right across the street from Cedar Lane, right there.
So we done patched that before.
We patched it, went out, dug down in it, put some flowable field on it, tried to seal it off where it won't. And like I said, the whole pipe is rusted out. And what it was doing was backing up and pulling, and it was sucking all the dirt as it goes. So like I said, and it was half the lane last time, and we got it back, and that was about a year and a half ago. And now we're right back, so we need to change the whole pipe. I mean, it's no other way around it.
Again, the problem is you got them 18-wheeler rolling.
We just had 2 big truck full of gravel come through Robert Henry, and then we were trying to get them over, so, I mean, it's an emergency, to be straightforward, it needs to be done. Like I said, we don't have anything in the county for us, the boxes to set to work that deep, so the bank would have to be tapered back, 30 foot or 40 foot each direction to give it working area.
Get on it quick.
Huh?
Who could get on it quick?
That's what,
That's what I say. I would like
this is a,
So you got the boxes?
Yeah, he got boxes.
I mean, this.
I hate this from y'all, it takes time, I mean,
I think it's too quick for anybody to be in here, but we got any emergency.
That's why I said, it didn't take time to get that.
No, the number that we
I
paid,
just,
I was
I
trying
need
to
to
check.
go get a quote on
It's
Is there
$700
money available in the
Yeah.
use tax? Is there any?
that's what we.
It should be.
Yeah,
Should
we
be
don't,
some
I
use
don't
tax
know, use
on
tax
that.
on it. I don't have
And
it.
then there's a state aid roll also. We got
I
money in
don't know
state
what we
aid.
got this year, cause I never got it.
Yeah, that's a state aid
It's a
road.
state aid roll, we
It's a
got
state aid road.
money in state aid.
money.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Something
it's
is-
state aid
Who,
money.
who y'all need to call?
I guess check on, trying to get a price on what it would take to do it, and,
Should be state aid on or use tax.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because if
What do
we
you think,
had thousand,
Yeah.
the G roll was
Yeah,
like,
he don't board with over
a grant.
That Morgantown Road, how bad it is.
State aid.
You know, I'm not trying to get a contractor, Eddie Beach or somebody to look at it and see what it's gonna cost, and we, state aid or, I mean, it's gotta be done now, though, it can't be.
Yeah, I mean, it can, I'll fix that.
3 or 4
I really
months
need to
down the road.
turn the traffic now, I put it to one lane, but one lane's gonna be dangerous on both
They're gonna have to, they're gonna have to
Because they're
close.
not gonna respect it.
Right.
If they were out there working a while ago, and they ain't respecting us.
They're gonna really get down, we have to start
So
turning around
I'll
the
get
other
some
way.
detour signs made like in Foster Mount, so far to that, detour and so far to Cedar Lane or whatever detour and have them, just come out and go.
Yeah.
But we don't need no through traffic, it's center line, I tell you, it's bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
And like I said, it's a drop box in that parking lot of that business there, that's where this pipe, it's 3 pipes connect to that one, and that's the outlet
That's where it
pipe.
washed up.
Correct. So,
Oh,
I can make a
yeah.
phone
I knew that
call.
gate wasn't working.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't have to get a price on that. Do we need a motion for that?
And then,
Scott?
far as traffic, yes, I'm gonna go ahead and start getting some detour signs made and some stuff, and then I'll get with the Democrat, I'll get with the sheriff's department, I'll
She's
get
right
with
there.
Brad. I know she's there, but I'm not ready for her to do it yet.
Yeah, we don't
To,
need it yet.
To let them know that,
I'll let the
we're gonna
Democrat,
close it down,
Brad
once we
will
get
let
it
y'all
closed.
know.
Well,
Today,
just pressure up.
Today or whatever, I'll know
Shouldn't go,
about
shouldn't go anywhere.
once that happens.
All right.
Scott, do
So
we
we
need a
gonna
motion for them
close
to do?
so
I
far
want,
The fix
from Cedar Lane on this side.
I'm gonna
Allow
close,
them
I'm
to get in
gonna
and
close
see
it right there at Cedar Lane, and then I'll close it
no worry.
right this side of,
Emergency.
what's the little world, whatever that, one to the right, Fay Line and one raised right there.
And get a
I'll
price.
close it, because those few little houses, that business, he can come, he doesn't not wait up, but just
No
run
motion.
through traffic, and they can go
I
above.
think Brad was the one that let y'all know when we close the road. Does he let y'all know?
I'll get with them and make sure.
Robin,
Yeah.
what do you think, ball for?
What's your name?
Sabrina.
No,
Girl,
did
come
the
on.
wire line ever tag bottom early?
You promise.
Well, it said 16,
You
17.
have a number, and I'll tell Brad to
That's
call
what
you.
Rich was.
Oh, that's
789
should be,
3159. And he should,
yeah,
he
that's
should have that.
should be.
Oh,
I
17:30.
mean, only 2 days is more line than one, that's what you might have to work.
Okay,
And then we have to.
that's what I did.
Locate,
That's what
it's
it's
a library.
We never found a lot.
I mean, we got to do the whole
That's
road,
exactly
that
where
parking lot.
the end of our
To tie
two.
into the council lot where everything's from.
It's,
Make a motion.
We don't need a motion.
Okay, well,
Did we make a motion?
All right, see what
Give them
happens
the hire the other 2 people?
Oh, yeah.
Did we do that?
Yeah,
We did?
yeah, y'all made the motion for that, yeah.
so,
You good?
Yeah.
I'm good.
okay, so you need a
Okay,
motion
so
to price, if we get a
once
price,
I
can we
get-
move with it?
Once I get pricing, just have a special call or something over the phone or whatever to present numbers. Yeah,
We got another meeting tomorrow, well, I don't know if I have it that fast.
I might.
He might.
I might,
Yeah,
under
we gotta
emergency,
be
I might,
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay. I do have 2 other things. I guess I'm too scared to bring it up though.
Thank y'all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Robbie,
That hazardous.
we're gonna take up collection amongst ourselves
Yeah.
here to give to the family, because I don't want to do the
Family,
GoFundMe,
okay.
because
I did.
somebody else is getting the money,
Yeah.
some of the money, so.
Yeah, it's,
And we'll probably give a card or something, but
Yeah.
I think it's needed.
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah.
you got any idea how bad shape they're in as far as the funeral arrangement?
It's
Bill,
needed.
too.
It's needed, whatever it is, it's needed,
Okay,
you know,
Cut that.
okay?
all
Yeah,
right,
don't put that on.
I understand,
Thank y'all,
thanks.
thank you.
So anyway, Jackie Lazarus came to the board asking for a flat rate.
I went back and I did a history on him. He's only asking for $25,800 a year. He's the lunatic.
Special master.
Special master, a chance clerk. We've been paying him, what, $200 since 2013 to handle our cases. So he's only asking for $25,800, just a flat rate. Because the way it works, he only gets paid for the cases. Sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. You just want a flat rate.
So is it over 25 sometimes, that 25,000?
The per month, sometimes it goes past over that month, and sometimes it's below that month. It depends on what cases you have.
What does it average out
So
to?
I'm thinking,
Yes.
you know, maybe 23,000, something like that.
What is he getting now?
$200 per case.
How many cases he gets?
It depends on the
So it's
case.
sporadic, so that's what I asked her, what did it average out to?
Sometimes.
So last year, how much did
Yeah, the whole.
Yeah, he did about 20,000 last year. But my point is, he been making $200 per case since 2013. He doesn't get raises when other people get raises. I just think it's really low to me.
Yeah, that sounds fair to me. Do we need to make a motion for that?
Yes.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins, second by Supervisor Wilson, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.
Got one more. And I guess you can correct me if you feel like I'm wrong, but the maintenance Sydney and maintenance make $12.60. He does Sydney, he was hired as just a cut raise, but I witnessed him a lot doing plumbing and electrical. He fixed all the pipes and everything over the
You work with Johnny?
Yeah.
He works for Johnny, and I just think,
Right.
my opinion,
He
a
should
person
be.
that's a plumber and does electrical work,
He does plumbing and all.
right, I just thought maybe we could give him $15.
Now we're gonna lose.
Hmm?
You heard the request, the county administrator.
You don't have to make a motion on it, you just have a program in the budget when you get on.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, good people are hard to find. They do a lot of things.
Anything about it,
Where is his
you
distribution?
know, something happens to Johnny gets sick. He's capable of kind of filling in a little bit till he get back at it.
He can do it.
Well, okay.
He's real good.
It's been here over a year now, hasn't
Way longer than that.
He's been here a while.
it? 2 years. All right, I think we have an item to be determined.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Hutchins,
Second.
second by Supervisor Gray. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it.